dying from New York to Miami?
Yeah, southernmost, it's all the way down.
Yeah, it's like 95.
Oh, it's right, it's just my son, I don't remember.
No, just right to the little island, right to the end.
Oh.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And there's lots of guys.
I met one of her sponsees last week.
Oh, we did.
In Marathon, do you know Dottie? Dottie?
There's
Dottie in
lots of guys.
Marathon?
Yeah.
Sure, I know Dottie.
Yeah, she started talking about her sponsor, and my eyes lit up, and I
You
was
can't
like,
be wearing, you can't be
I read your
when
sponsor's
you go up to
book.
Chicago though, it'll be too cold to show those anywhere.
I don't know, man, it just,
It's
it's
getting
always
on.
good.
It's very cold and
I
hot.
can't remember.
Because I flew from Buffalo, New York over to Chicago for my layover and then from there down.
Yeah.
So I had a taste of both the cold. From Buffalo, New York. I only left and go to New York to take my kids up there and then from
And
there.
this is just the
over to
beginning.
Chicago. Yeah.
Marilyn, would you ask the others to step in, please, so we can get started?
Yes, I would love to.
Thank you.
I love to, you know, I love telling people what to do when you live.
Please, I know you do, yeah.
I mean, we are ready to commence the meeting. If everyone is time.
Bob, have you seen the 12 Steps for Christians?
Yes, I did. Very good. Thank you. I know I was bugging you for a long time, but
I've never seen it, Jim. Can I take a look at that? I've never seen that.
Pardon? You haven't seen it?
I've never seen it. You did this, Jim? This is yours?
Yes. All righty, let's get started. This is our regular Saturday evening Language of the Heart meeting. My name is Jim, I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Jim.
Buddy. Please join me in a moment of silent meditation. We'll say the Serenity Prayer together. Thank you. Serenity Prayer. God,
Grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
And Alcoholics Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other. They may solve their common problem and help others recover from alcoholism. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. And there are no dues or fees for a membership. We are self-supporting to our own contribution. And AA is not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution, nor wish to engage in any controversy, neither endorses nor opposes any cause. The primary purpose is to stay sober, help other alcoholics to achieve sobriety. The primary purpose of an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting is the teaching and practice of the 12 steps. This is our Language of the Heart meeting, and we're going to be studying tonight an article which Bill wrote for the Grapevine in 1961, entitled Humility for Today. You'll find it on page 254. This article contains one of the most vivid word pictures that Bill ever wrote. One of the most vivid word pictures we'll find in any of the AA literature. I'd like to first remind you that when you read the 12 and 12, you find that in the 7th step discussion in the 12 and 12, that the whole chapter revolves around humility. And why that should be, I don't have any idea. But we will find that as we read this article, which was written approximately 8 years later, it's all about humility, but it never once mentions the 7th step. And that's significant because the 7th step is a step which is a prayer. And that a prayer would, we hope, always be offered up humbly. It's also a prayer which is almost identical with the third step prayer. Not the language, but the content is nearly identical. And the third step, of course, is the step which we offer, where we offer the prayer humbly. So we're going to talk about humility today. We're going to read what Bill has to say about it. Page 254. There can be no absolute humility for us humans. At best, we can only glimpse the meaning and splendor of such a perfect ideal. As the book Alcoholics Anonymous says, we are not saints. We claim spiritual progress rather than spiritual perfection. Now, the reason that was written in the big book is that the Oxfordians believed that once we had worked their 6 steps, we would achieve perfect humility, among other perfections. Our guys found out that was not true. That never happened to them. Going on, only God himself can manifest in the absolute. We human beings must needs live and grow in the domain of the relative. We seek humility for today. Now, one of the things that we have to understand here about what Bill is writing is he's saying that the results that we obtain from the work that we do can be and will be relatively closer and closer to perfection, to spiritual perfection, but can never fully attain that. He does not mean that the big book and the steps are written on the basis of relativity. Quite the opposite. The big book and the steps are written on the basis of absolutes. If you read chapter 5 or listen to it carefully while it's being read, you will see that it tells us over and over again exactly what must be done. It tells us that half measures will avail us nothing, that the results will be nil. So we let go, absolutely, and on and on. And so what Bill is telling us here is that the results will be relatively less than perfection. But there is no reason why we cannot do the work perfectly. It's very simple, and we just simply follow directions. Going on now, therefore, our practical question is this: just what do we mean by humility for today, and how do we know when we have found it? We scarcely need to be reminded that excessive guilt or rebellion leads to spiritual poverty. Now, that's a really important sentence, because let's look at what's happening with us. When we come in here, when we come in the door, we're in a state of rebellion and defiance and denial. And we need to go from a place of rebellion to a place of surrender and obedience. Likewise, we are as badly off with guilt as we are with rebellion. Guilt is something which blocks us from God just as surely as our defects do. That's why we have a 9th step. It is in our 9th step that we are applying a spiritual solution to our guilt, so that the guilt is taken away and it no longer blocks us from God. But rebellion and guilt lead to spiritual poverty. But it's a very long time before we knew we could go even more broke on spiritual pride. Now, this is another extremely important sentence. That spiritual pride will be even worse for us than the rebellion or the guilt. The spiritual pride will block us just as surely from God. And as a matter of fact, if you think about it, remember when we get to the 3rd step, that we learn that it is self and selfishness and self-centeredness which are the root of our troubles. And after we've learned that, then we learn that we had to quit playing God, that it didn't work. And that hereafter in this drama of life, God is to be our director. He will be the principal and we the agent. He be the father and we the child. We have to do away with spiritual pride. And a big part of that comes about because we come to understand that God has all power and all knowledge, which leaves absolutely zero for us to be proud about. As a matter of fact, it turns out that about the only thing that we have any chance of being proud about now is that we can be proud that we've taken right action, that we've done the next right thing. And we can pat ourselves on the back for that, saying, boy, and I'll tell you why, because taking right action, doing the next right thing is an exercise of our willpower. The big book tells us this, that it is the proper use of our will. And so we can say, boy, I feel good that I did the next right thing. I feel good that I took care of what's on my plate to be done today. And I feel good that I left the results up to God. Going on, when we early AAs got our first glimmer of how spiritually prideful we could be, we coined this expression: don't try to get too damn good by Thursday. Now a lot of people have taken that to mean, and they switch it around, and what they say now is don't try to get too well by Thursday, which is a damnable excuse for not working the steps. It's a way of saying to people, well, for example, stay around here and stay sober for 90 days and then we'll see whether you need to start working the steps or not. Whereas the big book says that we start the steps at the second meeting, as soon as the big book has been read. That old-time admonition may look like another of those handy alibis and excuse us from trying for our best. Yet a closer view reveals just the contrary. This is our AA way of warning against pride blindness and the imaginary perfections that we do not possess. And you find lots of folks around these rooms who really do believe that they've got the answer, that they are spiritually elite. We have a lot of them that meet here at the 101. Matter of fact, right here in this little room. Never do they mingle with the hoi polloi out there. They have their own thing going. And I feel sorry for them. Remember what the big book says, that we stay on the firing line of life. Therefore, we avoid any situations which will become ingrown toenails, incestuous little groups that revel in their own spirituality and how strongly spiritual they are. These are the same people who will tell you that if you still smoke, you cannot possibly be spiritually fit. I feel sorry for them. Let's go down to the bottom of the page now, because we want to get into this wonderful vignette that Bill has drawn for us. How then can we do more and more about reducing our guilt, rebellion, and pride? When I inventory such defects, I like to draw a picture and tell myself a story. My picture is that of a highway to humility, and my story is an allegory. On one side of my highway, I see a great bog. The highway's edge borders a shallow marsh, which finally shelves down into that muddy morass of guilt and rebellion in which I have so often floundered. Self-destruction lies in wait out there, and I know this. But the country on the other side of the road looks fine. I see inviting glades, and beyond them, great mountains. The countless trails leading into this pleasant land look safe. It will be easy, I think, to find one's way back. Remember that each of these lands that he's talking about are on one side or the other of the road to humility. Together with numbers of friends, I decided to take a brief detour. We pick our path and happily plunge along it. Belatedly, somebody soon says, maybe we'll find gold on top of that mountain. Then, to our amazement, we do strike gold. not nuggets in the streams, but fully minted coins. The heads of these coins each declare, this is pure gold, 24 carats. Surely we think this is the reward for our patient plodding back there in the everlasting brightness of the highway. Soon, though, we begin to notice the words on the tails of our coins, and we have strange forebodings. Some pieces carry rather attractive inscriptions. I am power. I am acclaim. I am wealth. I am righteousness, they say. But others seem very strange. For example, I am the master race. I am the benefactor. I am good causes. I am God. This is very puzzling. Nevertheless, we pocket them. But next come real shockers. They read, I'm pride, I'm revenge, I'm disunity, I'm chaos. And we turn up a single coin, just one, which declares, I am the devil himself. Some of us are horrified and we cry, this is fool paradise, let's clear out of here. Many would not return with us. They said, let's stay here and sort over those damn coins. We'll pick only the ones that carry the lucky inscription. For instance, to those that say power and glory and righteousness. You fellows are going to be sorry you didn't stick around. Not strangely, it was years before this part of our original company returned to the highway. They told us the story of those who had sworn never to return. They had said, this money is real gold and don't tell us any different. We're going to pile up all we can. Sure, we don't like those fool mottos, but there's plenty of firewood here. We'll just melt all this stuff down into good, solid gold bricks. Then our late arrivals added, this is how the gold of pride claimed our brothers. They were already quarreling over their bricks when we left. Some were hurt and a few were dying. They had begun to destroy each other. The symbolic picture graphically tells me that I may attain humility for today only to the extent that I am able to avoid the bog of guilt and rebellion and that fair but deceiving land which is strewn with the coin of pride. This is how I can find and stay on the road to humility which lies in between. Therefore, a constant inventory which can reveal when I'm off the road is always in order. Let's go over to page 257. Middle of the page, quarter of the way down. In those days, I wasn't much bothered about the areas of life in which I was standing still. There was always the alibi. After all, I said to myself, I'm far too busy with much more important matters. That was my near-perfect prescription for comfort and complacency. But sometimes I'd simply have to look at certain situations where on the face of them I was doing very badly. Right away, a rousing rebellion would set in. Then the search for excuses would become frantic. These, I would exclaim, are really a good man's faults. When that pet gadget finally broke apart, I would think, well, if those people would only treat me right, I wouldn't have to behave the way I do. Next in order was this: God well knows that I do have awful compulsions. I just can't get over this one, so He will have to release me. At last came the time when I would shout, this I positively will not do, I won't even try. Of course, my conflicts went right on mounting because I was simply loaded with excuses and refusals. When these troubles had finally exhausted me enough, there was yet another escape. I would commence to wallow in the bog of guilt. Here, pride and rebellion would give way to depression. Though the variations were many, my main theme always was, how god-awful I am. Just as I had exaggerated my modest attainments by pride, so now I would exaggerate my defects through guilt. I would race about confessing all and a great deal more to whomever would listen. Believe it or not, I took that to be great humility on my part, and I counted this as my sole remaining asset and consolation. How many times have we heard people get up there at the podium and start going through an entire mea culpa, and everybody in the audience, well, not everybody, but some would say, Oh, thank you for being so honest. I always wonder what that really means. Like you've never been honest before and you're finally getting honest, something like that. During those bouts with guilt, there was never a decent regret for the harms I had done, nor was any serious thought of making such restitution as I could. The idea of asking God's forgiveness, let alone any forgiveness of myself, never occurred to me. Of course, my really big liability, spiritual pride and arrogance, was not examined at all. I had shut out the light by which I might have seen it. Going down 2 paragraphs, this is why I see humility for today as a safe and secure stance midway between these violent emotional extremes. It is a quiet place where I can keep enough perspective and enough balance to take my next small step up the clearly marked road that points toward eternal values. And then finally on page 259, I only need to dwell on the vision itself, letting it grow and evermore fill my heart. This done, I can compare with my last taken personal inventory. Then I get a sane and healthy idea of where I actually stand on the highway to humility. I see that my journey toward God has scarce begun. As I thus get down to my right size and stature, my self-concern and importance become amusing. Then faith grows that I do have a place on this highway, that I can advance upon it with deepening peace and confidence. Once more I know that God is good, that I need fear no evil. This is a great gift, this knowledge that I do have a destiny. As I continue to contemplate God's perfection, I discover still another joy. As a child hearing my first symphony, I was lifted up into its indescribable harmony, though I knew little of how or whence it came. So today, when I listen for God's music of the spheres, I can now and again hear those divine chords for which I am told that the great composer loves me and that I love him. It's a beautiful piece of work, isn't it?
He's a good writer.
One of the best he's ever written, in my opinion. Not so humble opinion, if you'll excuse the expression. So there we go. Who would like to start the discussion tonight? Brian?
Yeah, my name is Brian. I'm an alcoholic. This one little small paragraph that you skipped, I just for some reason decided to read it. When I meditate upon such a vision, I need not be dismayed because I shall never attain it. And that, to me, that's a feeling of serenity because he's just accepting it. He's just going with the flow.
Mm-hmm.
Nor need I swell with presumption that one of these days his virtue shall be mine.
Right.
It's just basically, if it comes to my plate, it comes to my plate. If not, it seems like he's in a very accepting frame of mind right here.
Yeah, that's good,
That
Brian,
just
yeah.
comforted me.
Now, I'm glad you mentioned that because Bill wrote a piece called Vision for Today. And you'll find it as Bill sees it on page 317, in which he talks about having vision. Not that we are forcing or trying to force that vision to become reality, but that by having vision, we set into action the dynamics which will bring everything together. And he talks about vision, and he says this may sound as if it's goes against one step, one day at a time, but he said it really doesn't. Because one day at a time really means that we stop regretting and agitating and repining over the past and wishfully daydreaming about the future, but that we get to have vision for today. And it is this vision toward which we direct our lives as best we can. And then, obviously, we leave the results up to God. But he was concerned and that vision was very important for us to have. And I found it to be true in my life, and I like to teach that to my sponsees, that we need to have vision for where we'd like to go and what we'd like to be doing and how we would like things to turn out. And then we work toward that, but we leave the results up to God. So I'm glad you brought that up because that vision Bill thought was very, very important. Who's next? Humility for today. Yes?
Hey everybody, my name is Susie, I'm the alcoholic.
Susie.
I like this, I like the humility. When I first came around these rooms, I was told that humility is one of the biggest things in the program. Knowing that I'll never be better than anybody else, no matter how much time I have in the program. And I really believe it. I believe that even with my 6 years of sobriety, I don't feel that I'm better than anyone who just walked out in the door. I mean, I might have a few more 24 hours, but that doesn't make me better than anybody else. And I think the lack of humility is what makes people go out and do that. Think that they don't need the program, I know it all, I can do it all, I don't need a sponsor, I don't need the steps, I don't need the meetings, I don't need anything. I need to meet God. And then they throw them out the door, and it's unfortunate. And I take this program very seriously. To me, this is life and death, you know. And I'm grateful I've never been in a jail or institution, but I've known in the 6 years I've been in the program, six people that have died because they had to go out and research. And I think it was a lack of humility, you know, it was a lack of willingness, the higher power definitely wasn't in the life, unfortunately. But I know humility to me is a big part of it, knowing that I don't think I'll ever be better than anybody in the program, even with maybe a little more time than someone else, knowing that I have to always keep humility in my life, and know that my purpose here is to try to help another sick and suffering alcoholic. I never think I'm better than anybody else, and never, even if you feel like you're on a pink cloud, never let it get to you that, I don't need this program. I think that's what it is. People start to think they don't need the program, they don't need the higher power, they don't need the meetings, lack of humility, and then they go out the door because they don't need anything. So to me, it's like humility is a real big part of my program, but I think the higher power always has to come first. And then the willingness, humility, and remembering that it's a new program that I have to help somebody else on a daily basis. And if I do that, higher power seems to have been there with me through some hot, rough spots. And know that he'll still be there for me if I do his will. And that's his will, not being selfish and trying to help somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. Does anybody remember which step is the step where we learn the humility that we need to have? Yes, Brian.
Step 5.
Step 5, that's right. On page 73 it tells us that this is the step where we learn enough of humility and honesty and fearlessness as is necessary for us to recover. And it happens in the 5th step. Who's next? Roy, would you like to share with us tonight? How about you, Bob?
Oh, me. Hi, Bob. I'm an alcoholic. This reminded me of that old Jewish saying, which is, stop being so humble. You ain't that great. And I don't know. I have seen a lot of spiritual pride where people do get a lot of 24s behind them, and they prance around the room feeling that they can dictate to you exactly how, especially when they say things like, that isn't sober behavior. And, and I think that's wrong. It's okay to be cool on your stuff, but not in a righteous, just self-justing way. And I see a lot of that going on. That's it.
You would say that it would not be correct to say, I'm so proud to be so humble?
Yeah.
He just reminded me of something. It was a Jewish saying. He said, but it made me think of something out of the New Testament. That Jesus said when you fast, they fast a lot back then. And when you fast, some people would look drawn in the face and wear the scrubs And so everyone would know that they're fasting with the greasy hair. And Jesus said, go home, comb your hair back. You're fasting. Don't let everybody know that you're fasting. Comb your hair back and try to be as presentable as you possibly could. And it's just, that's humility. Like if you do something, you don't need to tell everybody about it. God knows. And if you can do that and understand that, how rewarding that is spiritually. So I have.
Well, that's right. I don't suppose it's ever too cool to walk around with a Xerox list of all the people you sponsor and what's going on with them and hand it out at every opportunity. That would be the...
Right.
I'm David, I'm not gonna.
Oh, David.
And
David.
You know, when I first came into the program, I had to eat a lot of humble pie. You know, humility is one of the big issues, one of the big things in this program. You know, I've seen a lot of people come into the meetings, you know, as people speak, and then you sit here and out when they go outside. You know, I hear them, you know, what a bad attitude they got after they go outside. That's the key. And I said, they're supposed, you know, to me, when I go into a speaker meeting, I like to sit down, I like to absorb everything that I hear. And, you know, that to me, when I hear stuff like that, when I can reach out to another alcoholic, you know, in the States, we are responsible for, you know, the ones of us, when we got more sobriety than others, we're responsible for others to get their sobriety. That's why when they say we are responsible, you know, I had someone not too long, about 3 or 4 days ago, asked me to be their responsible. Sure, why not? I can be responsible. I just told him, don't call me after you had to drink, call me before you had to drink. Well, he didn't do that. He called me after you had to drink. And I still talk to him. I said, well, what'd you learn? He said, it's not getting better. I said, I could have told you that. You should have called me before you picked up that drink. You know, I told him, I said, you know what my sponsor told me when I first went to my first AA meeting? He said, what? He said, my sponsor told me to sit down, you don't know a damn thing. You just keep your mouth shut. Listen to what's going on. And he heard me when I told him that, like, he couldn't believe I was talking to him like that. I said, that's what you call hard love in this program. I said, if you want the program, you gotta want it. And, you know, today, humility and humble. Mostly, I learned my past experience. Pride has a lot to do with our sobriety too. You know, we have to chew our pride up a little bit. Because that pride always takes us down real quick if we don't watch it. And, you know, I belong to a home group. My home group, they are serious about their sobriety. They are serious people. And I got a grand sponsor and I got 2 sponsors, which is good. Because I like my grand sponsor and I got my other sponsor. And my grand sponsor asked me, he said, well, looks like you really humbled yourself a lot through these years. I said, yeah, I have. He said, why don't? I said, alcohol dropped me to my knees. I had to humble myself. I said, alcohol was killing me. You know, he told me, he said, well, that's being humble, ain't it? I said, yeah, it is, sir. Yeah, humility and humbling, that goes hand in hand, so does pride. It goes together. And our self-will. You know, don't do our will, do his will. Because our will, we tend to fuck things up and we take our will back. And I have to humble myself on that day. I got to eat that on the pie. And, you know, I think back when I get by myself in my room, I go over the day. I said, who did I hurt? Who did I hurt today? Did I hurt anybody's feelings? Did I make anybody mad? Or what, you know? I go over the day and try to figure these things out. 9 times out of 10, I go over the day, not to figure out what I did wrong. So in order what I did wrong, I gotta go back to point A and apologize for what I did, go back to point A, then I'll get back to point B again, and I'm fine. But basically, what I'm saying, humble pie is a really big thing to me. That's what I include, that thing, let me sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Not Randy, I'm alcohol.
Yeah, Randy.
You know, I was thinking about, you know, when I raise my hand and I have a need to share, you know, what are my motives? You know, am I talking here so that I can get you to look and hear what I say and what I said is really good, you know? Or what are my motives like, you know? I need you people. I need you to hear what I have to say. I have a need for conversation. You know what I'm saying? Is that what my motive is? To get out what's in my heart and have it heard. And hopefully what I share, somebody will be ready to hear what I have to say and take it to heart, you know, because I know that anything I share and somebody gets something from it, it's not me, it's you that's ready to hear what I have to say. It's not what I said. If I always keep that in mind, you know, that helps me with that humble thing or whatever. And something else I was thinking about, you know, a lot of times, service is its own reward. I see, you know, I was over at the Lamb of God, and one time the guy cleaned up the bike room real good. He was looking for the attaboys from as many people as he could find. And he never got the attaboy he was looking for. People just can't give it to you. I don't care how good you paint your house and how nice it looks, and you know, and you're looking for that reward amongst people, you're just not going to get what you're looking for. So, you know, when you start getting to that point where you help another alcoholic and you find your reward right there, you know, you're on that road to recovery. That's all I
Good, thank you.
My name's Roberta, I'm an alcoholic. And every day that I go to work, I have to remain humble all day long. I have a very tough boss who knows how good I am at what I do. Also watches me not apply myself and do the next right thing. And Marilyn, who was once my manager, knows my capability at what I do. And I have to humble myself not to respond to him, because when I do respond, it becomes a very negative response, and then a lot of the animosity and the tenseness, it becomes now not a good working atmosphere. So something that I have learned is just to smile and say yes and do it his way, because I tend to think that my way is the right way because I've been doing it for so long. And I have found that by listening to him and changing, that I'm reaping the rewards of listening to somebody other than myself. And something that's been very difficult for me these past 9 months back is reaching out for help. I shared, Randy was there yesterday. I shared that I feel like I have 2 days. I don't have 9 months. And I remember when I had 5.5 years, there were a lot of people that had me on a pedestal. And when I needed to reach out for help, my pride and my ego stopped me because of where people had placed me. And it wasn't until so many bad things started happening, and I thank God that I had the wisdom, I still have the wisdom to know the difference, that I was able to get myself back into detox. But I allowed my pride and my ego get in the way of my humility, and I should have reached out for help sooner than I did. And I decided that, and I shared yesterday, that I'm the type of person, I need to be hit over the head with a sledgehammer. Now, but this time I've been hit, the sledgehammer's still stuck in my skull. And I don't want to be sober and be in pain. And I said, I shared last night that there was something that I knew that I needed to do tonight. And to make that first step to help me to get out of the pain. And ask for help. And it's something that I've been putting off for weeks. And I'm just grateful that I did it, and that I got the response that I got. And everything in life seems to be a very humbling experience to me. This time around, a lot more humbling. And I guess it just takes, for me, a lot of pain to bring me to that point. I'm just grateful that I finally raised my hand last night and shared, not about being in pain, but know that I needed to make changes, and finally have the courage to make that change tonight. And already I'm starting to feel better. I'm scared to death that now I'm going to have to start working on myself. Because I've done it many times, but as nervous as I am, and full of fear as I am, and that's the project that I'm on, working on my fears. I think this is going to be very humbling for me, and I foresee it being a very positive. I'm just nervous and excited. Full fear, but not a bad fear. Just scared of the truth. I don't even know how to explain it. Now I'm babbling, and that's one of my defects. So I'll shut up and just say thank all of you for being here tonight.
Thank you, Roberta. Michael, did you have your hand?
Yeah, I'm Mike and I'm an alcoholic.
Mike.
I heard on the radio, I heard a preacher say that inadequacy is false humility. That was a couple weeks ago, and I've been thinking about that every day. Now, I don't know much about humility, but I know a lot about inadequacy. To be honest with you, what we read tonight went right over my head. I'm not there yet, maybe, I don't know. The gold sounded good to me, to be honest. I don't know. But I heard a good example of humility last night in a meeting. A guy shared, he does air conditioning work, and somebody from a halfway house or something called him and asked if he would donate his time and his equipment to help repair an air conditioning system, a couple other problems that were at this place. And he went to the place, and it was a place he had gotten sober 10 years before. So he went there and he did his job and he left. He didn't tell anybody, this is where I went and got sober. He didn't say anything. He just went in there, he did it, he didn't ask for any money, and he left. And I thought, wow. I think that was my first example of humility where I finally saw a man. And that's what I'm at. Thanks for letting me share.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Yes, Linda.
Hi, I'm an alcoholic. My name is Linda.
Linda.
And something you said right sparked at the top of my mind. Something my sponsor had me was an exercise in humility. And she had me do something, a good deed. She said, do a good deed every day, but don't tell anyone about it. It was the hardest. I didn't think it was going to be hard, but I really was looking for those pats on the back. I wanted somebody to know. And I thought, well, that's not hard. I'm a good deeder. But when I tried not telling someone, it was very hard for me to not tell someone. That was all my life. I guess I expected pats on the back for every good deed I ever did. It was very humbling. And I'm going to start doing it again because I got a really good feeling just sharing it with God. He knew. And there was the reward. And I'm going to start doing that again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, thanks.
Okay, guys, anybody else like to share? Any irresistible impulses tonight? Yes,
One last thing. Alcohol.
Bob.
Isn't it the book of James that says to be like the rudder of a ship, that nobody sees you, but you steer the ship? That's it.
Okay, that does it then. Let's, oh, wait a second, we gotta pay the rent.
Oh, yeah, good thinking.
Man, I thought I came late enough on it. You know what?
And,
A true act of
You're
humility.
never too late with Marilyn being the
And,
Boardwalk, you gotta
after we close the meeting, please stick around and help Marilyn put this room back in order. The spiritual elite will be in here in the morning. We don't want to have them all shook up.
We used to be one of them.
Well, I know you have. You still join them once in a while.
No, I'm slumping with you, darling.
I got 3 of them. I got next 3 of them.
Okay, did you collect all the blood money? Good. You don't have to send the hat around again, do you? Okay.
Can I share one more thing?
I don't think so, but okay.
Okay. Hey, you know, in this whole sobriety thing, man, there are no big things. It's all them little things. Our motives, our expectations, all those little things that happen to us throughout the day that get us struck. I mean, I've been talking to quite a few people that have sobriety and they went out, and you listen long enough, you're able to shut your mouth long enough.
Terry. Let's open our books up to page 280, please. Wind you to the heart. I'm going to read first a letter Dr. Carl Jung wrote to Bill Wilson. This was in response to Bill's letter to him, which is printed on the pages preceding. There's some pretty interesting stuff in here, and then we're going to move on over to some comments that Bill made about this letter at the time of his 33rd AA anniversary in New York. This is from Carl Jung, the great psychiatrist, who was one of the 3 fathers of modern psychiatry. Jung and Adler and Freud were the 3. Dear Mr. W., your letter has been very welcome indeed. I had no news from Roland H. anymore and often wondered what had been his fate. That's Roland Hazard. Roland had been a patient of Dr. Jung's for over a year. When he came back to the United States, he drank again. When he went back to see Dr. Jung, Jung told him that there was nothing more he could do for him. Roland's story is in the big book. It's scattered throughout the first 3 or 4 chapters of the big book. Our conversation, which he has adequately reported to you, was an aspect of which he did not know. The reason that I could not tell him everything was that in those days, I had to be exceedingly careful of what I said. I had found out that I was misunderstood in every possible way. Thus I was very careful when I talked to Roland H. But what I really thought about was the result of many experiences with men of his kind. His craving for alcohol was the equivalent, on a low level, of the spiritual thirst of our being for wholeness, expressed in medieval language, the union with God. How could one formulate such an insight in a language that is not misunderstood in our days? The only right and legitimate way to such an experience is that it happens to you in reality, and it can only happen to you when you walk on a path which leads you to higher understanding. You might be led to this goal by an act of grace, or through a personal and honest contact with friends, or through a higher education of the mind beyond the confines of mere rationalism. I see from your letter that Roland H. has chosen the second way, which was, under the circumstances, obviously the best one. I'm strongly convinced that the evil principle prevailing in this world leads the unrecognized spiritual need into perdition if it is not counteracted either by real religious insight or by the protective wall of human community. An ordinary man not protected by an action from above and isolated in society cannot resist the power of evil, which is called very aptly the devil. But the use of such words arouses so many mistakes that one can only keep aloof from them as much as possible. These are reasons why I could not give a full and sufficient explanation to Roland H., but I'm risking it with you. Could I conclude from your very decent and honest letter that you have acquired a point of view above the misleading platitudes one usually hears about alcoholism? You see, alcohol in Latin is spiritus, and you use the same word for the highest religious experience as well as the most depraving poison. The helpful formula, therefore, is spiritus contra spiritum. The spirit will conquer alcohol. Thank you again for your kind letter. I remain yours sincerely. Now, the main reason I want to read this is because of that Latin quote, those three Latin words, spiritus contra spiritum. The Spirit of God versus the spirits known as alcohol. Because that's what we have here, and we don't have anything else. You boil it all down, and we've got a program which is designed specifically to allow each of us to get God's intervention, to get God strictly between us and booze, to get into his pocket and stay there. It's there that we are safe. Now, Bill commented on this letter. Let's go over on page 282 now. Just turn the page over. Middle of the page. You will recall Dr. Jung is one of the three first pioneers in the art of psychiatry. The thing that distinguished him from his colleagues, Freud and Adler, was the fact that he was spiritually animated. Something that was to make all the difference to each and every one of us now here, and will make the difference for all yet to come. Because, you see, Dr. Jung was able to take his human solution psychiatry and blend it with the spiritual solutions to come up with something that really worked. And in many respects, that's exactly what AA does. I never realized what a very great man in spiritual dimensions Carl Jung was until in 1961. I wrote him a very belated letter of gratitude for the part he played in originating our Society of Alcoholics Anonymous. This was the last year of Dr. Jung's life. He was old. Nevertheless, he sat down and wrote me a letter. It looks like he tapped it out on a typewriter with one finger. It is one of my most cherished possessions. Lois framed it, and it will always be with us. It hangs on the wall, by the way, of their house. We have to note very carefully that what Dr. Jung said in that letter, so obviously written in profound love and understanding, in the language of the heart. His insight into what was needed for recovery from alcoholism an insight that came to me through Roland and Ebby at a crucial point in my own deterioration, meant everything for AA when it was still in embryo. His humble willingness to speak the truth, even when it meant disclosing the limitations of his own art, gives the measure of the man. And there aren't very many around like that, you know. The folks out there who make their living working with alcoholics and addicts and have gone to great lengths to gain their credentials and their diplomas and their licenses seldom are willing to try to blend what they know, call it their art, with the truth of the spiritual existence of mankind and the spiritual solution, which truly is the only thing that will work. There was another spiritually animated man, Dr. William D. Silkworth, whose contribution to AA paralleled Dr. Young's. Unlike Young, Dr. Silkworth was a man in an obscure position, but he was spiritually centered. He had to be. He declared to all comers, after 20 years of almost absolute defeat in trying to help alcoholics, that he did love alcoholics and wanted to go on working with and for them. Every alcoholic who came his way felt that love. A very few recovered. He thought I might recover. Then the day came when it was clear that I would not, that I could not. By this time, Dr. Silkworth had defined alcoholism as a sickness of the emotions, coupled with a sickness of the body, which he loosely described as an allergy. These words of his are to be seen in the foreword of the big book, Alcoholics Anonymous, entitled The Doctor's Opinion. And over the intervening years, they have been incorporated into consensus, that is AA. As Young had told Roland that his case was hopeless and that medicine and psychiatry could do nothing more for him, so Silkworth told Lois on that fateful day in the summer of 1934. I'm afraid that Bill will have to be committed. There is nothing that I can do for him or anything else that I know. These were words of great humility from a professional. They scared me into sobriety for 2 months, although I soon resumed my drinking. Remember, fear of the consequences of drinking did not keep us sober. But the message that Ebby had brought me from Dr. Young and from the Oxford groups, and the sentence that Dr. Silkworth pronounced over me continued to occupy my mind in every waking hour thereafter. I began to be very resentful. Here was Dr. Silkworth, who had defined alcoholism, the obsession that condemns you to drink against your will and true interest, even unto destruction, and the bodily sensitivity that guarantees madness and death if you drink at all. And here comes Dr. Young via Roland Nebbe, confirming that there's no way out known to the doctors. My God, science and the only God I had then had declared me hopeless. This is what we were talking about in the meeting tonight. This is that great dilemma, isn't it? And the newcomer has to be faced with it. You're an alcoholic. If you don't stop drinking, you'll die. But you can't stop drinking. Well, what then is the solution? But Ebby had also brought hope. Not much later, I was back in the hospital in Dr. Silkworth's care after what proved to be my last drink. Ebby came to visit me again. I asked him to repeat once more what he had said over my kitchen table in Brooklyn that first time he told me how he'd gotten sober. Well, he said, you know, you get honest with yourself, you make a self-survey. You talk it out with the other guy, you quit living alone and begin to get straight with the world around by making restitution. You try the kind of giving that demands no reward, either in approval, prestige, or money. And when you ask whatever higher power there is, even if it just be an experiment, to help you find the grace to be released from alcoholism. As Ebby put it, it was quite simple, quite matter of fact, and said with a smile, but this was it. So you see, that's where it all started. Pretty interesting stuff, isn't it? Well, this is where we share with each other. Who'd like to start? Anything that all of that triggers in your mind, anything you'd like to share with us, or any question you might want to ask? Kimmy?
Hi, I'm Kelly, an alcoholic. And, the drink down the final time, I knew that was, I didn't feel like it was at that time. I didn't feel like it really had a lot to do with God because I thought I was finished. I was tired. I've relapsed a million times and I was tired. Where God popped in was after I put it down and had lived life on Mike's terms.
What used to be the series Miami Vice. You know, all the pros have the person's friends out there, well, they get all the coloring and the shading right, and then the others, the real actor, is in their van because it's so hot they start to sweat. So they have to get somebody about the same size, same size, same height, same complexion, so they can get all the colors and everything, sitting on the camera. So I took care of her. It must be about 5 o'clock. And she said, "Hurry, because I got to get to work." I said, Memorial Hospital's here. You don't hear too many people saying hurry because I got to get to work. Nobody. So we started talking. She told me what she did, and I got off at like 7:30.
I was there this past
She said,
summer.
"Why'd you come over? What's going on along the river or
Went to
something?"
Akron,
So I
and
did.
went to the
I
house,
went
was
over there.
sent
She
us to a
introduced me
meeting, to actual meeting with her
John
actual
Johnson,
patients. It was
Michael
like,
Phillips. I got pictures with all those guys.
I used to like that show.
And then they sent me over to
oh, well,
wherever
even
they
more,
have the,
yes,
the,
but even more to Sister Ignatia, who was
18-wheel
the
rig that they bring with clothes in it.
nun that
They
worked
said,
in
"Well,
that
go put something
hospital.
on over there.
that
I'm going to
is,
put you in the scene."
responsible
Before you
for
do that, you
thousands of
have to be a
alcoholics
member of the
because
Screen Actors Guild.
she would take
So
them
you-
to go-
oh, that's too funny.
It was too funny, so I joined it.
They
And
loved
then
her.
I did it. I went to lunch with them, and then I filmed them in the afternoon.
Yeah, so she's,
What, Leon and Phillips was in
they really,
that
but yeah,
filming.
there's all kinds of,
And they had me just throw a football out there and back and drop one of the parts.
yeah.
And it got
yeah.
cut.
You ended up
It
on
got
cutting.
cut. But they ended up paying me and everything. It was like $50 or something. I guess they
I
showed me
mean,
how to show the Screen Actors Guild.
We still got a couple of minutes.
It was just fun.
All right.
All right.
Do you have Paul on the list for this month?
Paul, how many has he got?
See if he's on the list. One here.
Oh, you know what? I don't think so. I only got one year at a time, so. No.
Put him down.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's important.
These the official colors now. It is blue yellow.
Yeah, really, those books are confusing, aren't they?
You what?
The way they got this one, yellow and blue and blue and yellow like this. It's too like.
Oh, they probably had extra
Ink.
ink.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could have mixed them together and made green or something. Excuse me.
San Diego Charger color. Lightning.
That was a good meeting.
That was fun, wasn't it? There were more people here than I realized.
A lot of them came in after you got started.
Yeah.
Always happens.
Well, the snowbirds are starting to come back too. You start to see the license plates already.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it'll probably even still
Well,
get busier on Saturday.
another month, we'll probably have quite a few more people when the snowbirds hit town. Maryland has 2 more minutes, then we start without her. That's tough love. You guys know that tough love is an oxymoron?
Sure.
Stop and think about it. Tough love. I guess that's why it's a common expression. because it really is an oxymoron. It's like satirical maybe, I'm not sure. But there are a lot of people that take it seriously, that they're supposed to be rotten, nasty, and really tough with people, and they call that love. That's not love. Doesn't even come close to being that. It comes very close to being control, manipulation, the establishment of the dependency. The big book has it straight, guys. It tells us this, and it absolutely applies in this situation. That if he is to find God, the desire must come from within. We cannot force it. And every time we try to force it, we make things worse.
Jim, what about the person, say, who is persisted, continues to drink or drug or whatever, and always crashes back at the family pad or whatever, and now they're not going to let him or her do that, and so essentially they close the door on enabling them to be able to have a fallback.
Well, that's
Do you not
right,
consider
Howard,
that
but that's
tough
a
love?
wholly different matter. To stop enabling has nothing to do with tough love. Stop enabling is something which is an utter necessity in most cases. I just talked to a woman tonight whose family's been enabling her for years.
Mm-hmm.
And every time she gets a week of sobriety, they buy her a car or something. They're killing her with their money.
Right.
All right, let's get started. This is our regular Language of the Heart meeting. My name is Jim. I'm an alcoholic.
Hey,
All right, everybody, let's say the surrender prayer together. Thank you. Serenity prayer. God, grant me serenity
to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
And Alcoholics Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other, and they solve their common problem and help others recover from alcoholism. The only requirement for membership is the desire to stop drinking. There are no dues or fees for a membership. We are self-supporting to our own contribution. And AA is not allied with any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution. I wish to engage in any controversy, neither endorses nor opposes any cause. My primary purpose is to stay sober, help other alcoholics to achieve sobriety. We're going to waive the reading of chapter 5 tonight so we can get right into our Language of the Heart. We're going to be studying a portion of the article entitled Take Step 11, which commences on page 239. This was written in June of 1958. Before we get into the part that we're going to be studying tonight, just to briefly bring us up to that point, the earlier parts of this article deal with the necessity of working the 11th step and what happens to those of us who do not. And the main thesis of this first part is as stated on page 240. It says this in the middle of the page, third full paragraph. 12-stepping, talking at meetings, recitals of drinking histories, confessions of our defects and of what progress we've made with them, no longer provide us with the released and the abundant life. Our lack of growth is often revealed by an unexpected calamity or a big emotional upset. Perhaps we hit the financial jackpot and are surprised that this solves almost nothing, that we are still bored and miserable notwithstanding. As we usually don't get drunk on these occasions, our bright-eyed friends tell us how well we're doing. But inside, we know better. We know we aren't doing well enough. We still can't handle life as life is. There must be a serious flaw somewhere in our spiritual practice and development. What then is it? Chances are better than even that we shall locate our trouble in our misunderstanding or neglect of AA Step 11, prayer, meditation, and the guidance of God. And I would go even further than that and say that in my experience, when anybody has come to me for help who's been around for a while, the first question I always ask them is, are you working your 11th step? Or more commonly ask, when did you stop working your 11th step? And almost invariably, we find that that's the problem, because the 11th step is that critical in our continued sobriety. It's that critical in our continued growth in the program, and without that we fall back into untreated alcoholism, and we get very uncomfortable, very unhappy. We have all kinds of difficulties, and we don't know what the problem is. Going on, it says the other steps can keep most of us sober and somehow functioning, but step 11 can keep us growing if we try hard and work at it continually. Now there's a reason here for all of this, and it goes back to what we learn in the third step, that God will give us everything we need, and this of course includes those things we need for continued spiritual growth, if we stay close to Him and perform His work well. The 10th and 11th step, but primarily the 11th step, are the tools we use to stay close to God once we've had a spiritual awakening. And so when we stop prayer and meditation and inventory, what happens is that we begin to lose our spiritual fitness, and as that gradually fades away, sometimes not so gradually, we fall back into untreated alcoholism. Because the only hope we have, the only solution we have is to stay in God's pocket, to stay spiritually fit. Bill goes on to say this: if we expend even 5% of the time on step 11 that we habitually and rightly lavish on step 12, the results can be wonderfully far-reaching. That is an almost uniform experience of those who constantly practice step 11. So this is the main theme of this article. However, now Bill, is the part we're going to study tonight, addresses this question of God as I understand Him, or God as we understand Him, the question of the doubter and the question of prayer, and how do we go about this business of prayer as we find it in the 11th step. In the bottom of page 240, in lots of instances, I think that people find their first great obstacle in the phrase God as we understand Him. The doubter is apt to say, on the face of it, nobody can understand God. I half believe that there is a first cause, a something, and maybe a somebody. But I can't get any further than this. I think people are kidding themselves when they say they can. Even if there were a somebody, why would He bother with little me, when in making the cosmos run, He already has plenty to do? Now, by the way, that was Bill's problem, wasn't it? Remember? When we read Bill's story, he makes it clear that although he was not an atheist or agnostic, and though he did believe that there was a higher power, he could not believe that God would have anything to do with him personally. Going on, as for those folks who claim that God tells them where to drill for oil or when to brush their teeth, well, they just make me tired. We got a few of those around here, don't we? Especially, well, it's God's will that we have a relationship. And I love Him. And after, and I love Him, then it becomes, He beat me up, but I love Him. He beat me up twice. but I still love you. Okay. Going on, our friend is clearly one who believes in some kind of God, God as he understands him, but he doesn't believe any bigger concept or better feeling about God to be possible. So he looks upon meditation, prayer, and guidance as the means of a self-delusion. Now, what can our hard-pressed friend do about this? Well, he can strenuously try meditation, prayer, and guidance just as an experiment. And by the way, that's what Bill originally did. You know, in some of his writings, he tells about what happened, that he had learned to pray just as if there were God. And I think that's exactly what he's telling us here. He said that when he did that, then when the miracles started coming and he could no longer deny they came from a power greater than himself, that's when faith came. Going on, he can address himself to whatever God he thinks there is. Or if he thinks there is none, he can admit, just for experimental purposes, that he might be wrong. This is all important. Remember when remember what Evie told Bill? That the only requirement was that he be willing to believe. And we get into the 4th chapter, we find that same thing repeated 4 times. That the only requirement is that we be willing to believe, and that's the place where we can start. Going on. As soon as he is able to take this attitude, it means that he has stopped playing God himself. His mind has opened. Like any good scientist in the laboratory, our friend can assume a theory and pray to a higher power that may exist and may be willing to help and guide him. He keeps on experimenting, in this case praying, for a long time. Again, he tries to behave like the scientist, an experimenter who is never supposed to give up so long as there is a vestige of any chance of success. As he goes along with his process of prayer, he begins to add up the results. Now, this paragraph is one of the most beautiful paragraphs I've ever seen, which details the results of prayer. And I think that what Bill says here is true. If he persists, he will almost surely find more serenity, more tolerance, less fear, and less anger. He will acquire a quiet courage, the kind that doesn't strain him. He can look at so-called failure and success for what they really are. Problems and calamity will begin to mean instruction rather than destruction. He will feel freer and saner. The idea that he may have been hypnotizing himself by auto-suggestion will become laughable. His sense of purpose and of direction will increase. His tensions and anxieties will commence to fade. His physical health is likely to improve. Wonderful and unaccountable things will start to happen. Twisted relations in his family and on the outside will unaccountably improve. Even if few of these things happen, he will still find himself in possession of great gifts. When he has to deal with hard circumstances, he can face them and accept them. He can now accept himself and the world around him. He can do this because he now accepts a God who is all and who loves all. When he now says, "Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name," our friend deeply and humbly means it. When in good meditation and thus freed from the clamors of the world, he knows that he is in God's hand, that his own destiny is really secure here and hereafter. Last paragraph on that page is beauty. In this lack of attention, I probably had plenty of company, but I do know that this is a neglect that can cause us to miss the finest experiences of life, a neglect that can seriously slacken the growth that God hopes we may achieve right here on earth, here in this great day at school, this very first of our Father's many mansions. Now, there are quite a few subjects here that we can address. How has prayer affected our lives? What is our understanding of God? Have we slipped away from working step 11 and had to come back to it? What are our experiences there? How did we get past this idea that God might not want to deal with us personally, even though He was the boss of the universe? Let's share our experiences with each other, and who would like to start?
Oh, my name's Tom, I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Tom.
And I see when I pray and meditate, I grow to realize a bigger picture of what life is about, and what my life is about. I was thinking the other day when I was sharing one time, I was giving my lead, and somebody was making funny noise at the other side of the room. I guess he didn't like me or something. But that's all I focused on. I didn't focus on what the other people were, listening. I was carrying a message, but all my mind could just could focus on the negativity, and it was horrible. And that's what my mind did. But when I pray and meditate, God lets me see the bigger picture if I'm willing to look for it or hear it, actually. That's all.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks.
I'm an alcoholic. My name's Jeff.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, everybody. And I don't really have a problem with meditation. I was taught earlier about emptying my head, and that wasn't a problem. I don't got much going on up there. And I'm not a very busy-minded person, and I like to do a lot of things. And so emptying my head was not. I do that daily, and I find I can do it even exercising. I don't really have to be still, but I like doing that too. When I do get excited, I mean, I'm so see-through, but it's cool because of the people around me that are serene at that moment, and I'll be bouncing around. And thoughts and expression and words, and they tell me to breathe. And I'm really grateful. I've been blessed in these 2 years, and the things that I did different, and this time from the last times was prayer, and please in the morning and thank you at night, and that. Don't even mess with the thoughts and ask them to be removed. And I'm in bad moods or something, and I'll go into a meeting. My sponsor would sit down over there and write a gratitude list. And or to help somebody, go help somebody. Things like that. And it's always been that way where, and you shared once about, well, you don't have to accept that this is how it's supposed to be, but accept that this is the way it is. And then sometimes, I don't know, I go back to the way it's supposed to be, and then you can laugh at like free will and self-will, because God's really going to have His will, and every time I fought it, I pay a price. Break out in cuffs and facing judges and wipe that smile off your face. And I smile when I get nervous. I'm sorry, And what makes her up there on the bench, and how come I'm down here? But that's the way it went, and so I choose not to go that way. This is a lot better. Thank you for letting me be here.
Well, thank you, Jeff. When we say the Lord's Prayer together, we say, "Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." What do you think we're doing? Are we giving God permission? Or are we stating a fact that His will is going to be done whether we like it or not?
But it only works on invite only.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that that's just a statement of fact. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Thank you for your sharing, Jeff. Who's next? I thought you had an expectation book on your face. Marilyn?
Thanks. I'm Marilyn. I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Marilyn.
No, it's just, I had a real trouble with prayer when I came back to the program because when I was in the program before, I used to pray all the time. And then when my father got sick, I had all these prayers. I took out the Bible and it was just like all these prayers that he was going to get healed. I just was going to pray and he was going to get healed. So I kept praying over him. It was interesting too because he was 74, and while looking for more prayers, how I was demanding that God heal him, God showed me in the Bible where it said, man has 70 years to live. There's a Bible verse in there, and I'm like, no, God, I didn't see that, you know. But anyway, he died, and I didn't feel like I could pray anymore. I didn't feel like I could pray. I had been praying, and I didn't feel like he wanted to listen to me. It wasn't like I was mad at God. I just didn't feel like he was listening to me. I just felt like his will, he's going to do whatever he wants. Why should I pray? And so when I came back to the program, I had a real problem with prayer. It wasn't like I was mad at God. I just had to relearn how to pray again. And the first prayer that came to me was real easy, and that was, God, keep me away from a drink or a drug, because I knew that it was God's will that I be sober. And I knew that that idea didn't come from me, so I knew that that would be in agreement with God, and then I could definitely pray that prayer. So that one I felt real comfortable praying. So then after being around a little while, and I kind of attribute this to the day, I feel like I kind of took my third step this day. I felt like I could have a real mission in life if I could help others. So then I prayed, God, keep me away from a drink or a drug and help me be of maximum service to others. And that I felt was acceptable. I could pray that. And I wasn't going against God's will, and I meant it. So past that, I was having trouble praying other prayers. It was like, well, God's going to want to do, he does whatever he wants anyway. Why should I say anything to him? And when the 11th step in the big book came, and it made it so simple how I was going to pray to God in doing the 11th step with the 10 questions. When we retire at night, we ask ourselves, were we resentful, selfish, were we dishonest, afraid? So then I write all these down, I have all these down on a piece of paper, and I look at them, and I read them, and then all of a sudden something just appears in my head. Like, yeah, you were selfish to Debbie, or you were resentful at Sam. So then I write that down, and then it says, after making our review, we ask God's forgiveness and inquire what measures should be taken. So then I just say, okay, God, what should I do about that? You know, I'm sorry, and what should I do? And he just gives me things. So it's like, it made it real, like, simple. Like, I used to think that prayer was so, like, metaphysical, and so, like, you had to have a feeling, or it had to be something like a feeling thing. Well, now it's just matter of fact. I ask myself these questions, something pops into my head, I figure that's God, I ask forgiveness, he tells me what to do. It's just like real simple. So I've taken it out of the transcendental or whatever and just put it simple, or just do this 11th step, and he tells me things. And then I had a struggle, and my sponsor suggested that I write a prayer with this particular struggle that I was having. I was having a terrible struggle. I thought I was one of these insane people who was such a struggle that don't get it. And this prayer just came to me. And I believe that it must have come from God, because it was just the problem I was having, and the prayer had to do with wanting to do God's will, so I figured it must have come with God. So I feel comfortable praying that prayer because I know it's God's will, because he's the one that gave me the prayer. Just like he's the one that gave me the idea to get sober in the first place. I feel comfortable about that. I feel comfortable about praying that prayer too. And I feel comfortable about doing this 11th step because he gives me answers. So it must be right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mara. I think all of us followed that.
I'm sorry?
I think we all followed that.
Did you? Did you not? Okay, who cares? I don't care. I did.
That was very good.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, really, exactly.
Arthur, my man.
Yeah, did you? I thought he was making fun of me.
Hi, everybody. My name is Art, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Art.
It's the first time I've been to your language of the heart. In fact, it's the first time I've had the book in my hand.
You bought it today.
Bought it. A little encouragement over it. But I find it fascinating, just, been going over it, reading introductions and so forth. Grapevines. I didn't realize that Bill had contributed that much to Grapevines. But, in the years that I've been in the program, if anything kept me somewhat sane, not that I was all ever really sane, was a lesson step. And that's how I have to begin my day. I don't have a choice. If I want to have a reasonable day, I have to roll out of bed onto my knees and give thanks to God and ask Him to please don't let me have my will today. This just doesn't work for me. It just doesn't work. But back at the time, transcendental meditation was very popular on the things. But it stopped with me. And I've been doing that, at least that style, for a number of almost 30 years. And it works for me. It's a format that I use. It allows me to sit still. Sometimes for up to an hour, depending on how busy I'm going to be that day. But I have always started my day with spiritual reading. Something spiritual. Generally try to find something that's AA literature, approved AA. But the quality of my day depends on how I start my day. And that is with prayer. And I can tell you, on those days that I get so busy or I got something going on and I just get into the day, by about noon, my mind's like a plate of spaghetti, Like when I wake up in the morning, everything in my mind is just waiting to get into gear and pull me this way and pull me that way. But I can stop any time during the day when I recognize that I'm losing it and out of control. And just find a quiet place for 5 minutes. And it's amazing. There are times I'll get up from a business meeting. Hey, let's take a break. And I run into the manager and I sit on a john, close the door, and just find 5 minutes of quiet time. So that part of the program I do pretty well, I think. At least it works for me. And, I think glad to be here. It's a very nice meeting.
Thank you, Arthur. I think you will find, after you read the book and digested it, that it is far and away the second most important literature that we have. And the material in this book you won't find anywhere else, anywhere, period. It's only here. Thanks very much. Larry.
My name's Larry. I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Larry.
Yeah, when I sobered out, well, when I was a little kid, 7 years old, went to the nun school, and we used to put a little piece of paper underneath one of the statues in May. And what your prayer was my prayer was that my father would sober up. And so when I talked to my sister, who was a great aunt to me, I said, "What you put there?" That Dad would sober up. That's how much it affected me at 7 years old. And I came into the program, and about 3 months later, I had the opportunity to bring my father to a meeting. And that's 3 months sober it was. So, I mean, I didn't have an awful lot to do with, I remember it was on Mother's Day. see him at meetings. I used to go to a meeting, I used to see him across the room. And I said, there has to be a God. I couldn't see it myself. So I had no problem with believing in a loving God that he gave my father back to me. And I think if my father hadn't sobered up, I probably would have fell by the wayside. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter, it's academic. But as far as prayer, meditation, a lot of times I would pray to him. I'd say, Dad, I know you're up there, I know you don't want me to drink. I'm having an awful time right now. And I used to, that's how I used to talk to him. The last 4 years I've been meditating, but not particularly, the way it's laid out here. I try to center myself, center meditation, I guess you call it. And it has helped an awful lot. It has calmed me down, it has helped me with my anger, it helped me, and since I've been doing the 11th step, the way it's best I can understand it is I started praying. And I just pray to, all through the day to, let me do your will. Me to your will, God. And that's about, I have no idea, but I'm willing to forego what, anything I could come up with. And so it's mostly I've been consistent for 4 years, but maybe I need a little more consistency and discipline in what I do today. I feel it, in a sense, I strayed a lot from AA over the years. I've come to meetings every year, every week for a long time. But I didn't have the meat of this program. And you woke me up to this untreated alcoholism. That hit me right between the eyes. I said, God, I've been just kind of riding the coattails. And I was wondering why I was bitchy and complaining at meetings. And in spite of all the, I used to complain about addicts. And I never had any of that stuff. I had some marijuana one time, but.
You counted Anders?
Andy Anders, yeah. I was a real critic. And so I was in the same area you were in. I mean, they were none of that stuff around until after the Vietnam Korean War.
Huh?
And I just was too stupid to get that way. And so anyway, I'm kind of I've got a new wave of spirituality that hit me lately, and I'm very grateful for it. And every time I come to this meeting, you hit me today with chronic alcoholic. That's what I was, chronic alcoholic. I was too stupid to go to sanitariums, because I was all by myself. But I mean, they should have put me there. So, anyway, I get enough out of the leg to the hat because I could identify with Bill an awful lot. I mean, at 10 years sober, he's still screwed up like I was. His ego was am I ever going to catch up? And even today, talking about the other step, so anyway, it almost makes me feel that I'm still on schedule, because, you know, anyway, that's all I mean.
Thank you, Larry. Ivan.
My name's Ivan, I'm an alcoholic.
Yeah.
When we were reading Language of the Heart, there was a long list of attributes to prayer, what, you know, things that become apparent. When I first got sober, I was sure that God's will for me was to be happy, joyous, and free. In addition to being of service to God and my fellow man, that type of thing. But I didn't have a concept of freedom. I had never been free all my life. I had run on what everybody else had said and by everybody else's rules. And there was rules at work and rules at home and rules and blah, 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 and on and on and on. So I didn't know what real freedom was. I had thought that freedom was disobeying the rules. You know, it made sense to me. My 3-year-old understood disobey the rules, you get free, right? No. But anyway, prayer and meditation helped with that. And that was kind of unload the garbage. And I didn't understand, I didn't have a concept of happy either. If I ate 1 Hershey bar, I'd be a little bit happy. If I ate 2 Hershey bars, I'd be a lot happy, right? You know, I mean, my 3-year-old thought so. And all the way up till I was grown, I went to Busch Gardens, they had 6 roller coasters, that damn thing, and I just charged from one to the other one. You know, get on that damn thing, wow, wow, thrill a minute. It's not happy. It's a thrill a minute. It's entirely different. I didn't understand that sort of thing until I started doing a little prayer and meditation and getting insights into my own behavior and what life was really about, that sort of thing. 11 steps, fantastic. It really, really works. Sometimes I don't like the answers, but that's another case. Me and God will battle that out. Thanks for letting me share.
Thank you, Ivan. Howard.
Yep, my name's Howard and I'm a member of AA. And this to me is a very interesting topic because it's a very difficult topic for me. Faith, meditation, and prayer. Yikes. I can tell you certainly, I have grown up Jewish, and in my family there was a tremendous amount of chaos. And so I think if I was to have a word that I'd put right here on my forehead, it would have been conflict. And that's what it was. Conflict at home, conflict about my parents not wanting to go to the temple together. Everything was conflict. And so the way that I've internalized a lot of that, I've not felt very worthy of a lot of things, and certainly not asking in prayers for things for myself. I truly didn't know where I was going, and you know, if you don't know where you're going, every route is okay. But when you do know where you're going and you want to ask for things, well, then you can go ahead and try and get them. But I didn't. I really didn't have a direction. I was the appeaser in my family between folks and fights and things like that. And I've just sort of been like a piece of wood, if you will, floating out in the bay. And that's really even up to this stage of my life. It's sad, and I've got a tremendous amount of academic accomplishments that I thought would take care of that. Hardly. Just as you were saying in the meeting tonight. And that's why I certainly know the 12 steps are important to me, because they're great growing principles that I've had a lot of problems in my life with, and what I've done is I've run from them, whether it was either exercise or drugs or personal feelings of inferiority and low self-esteem. I've really not asked for things other than when I was in a bind and had to. My father passed away a couple years ago, and then my mom developed lung cancer. And I was praying, but it was always, if you will, asking for something then I started to realize, what about all the other times when you're just praying for being grateful that you're here and that you're alive? And I took that for granted. I really took that for granted. And so I've learned not to do that any longer. But this whole area of the 12 steps and prayer and meditation and faith along the way, I'm still having a tremendous amount of difficulty with it. And I know one thing that is for sure. As long as you keep staying in the batter's box, there's certainly going to come a time, like you were saying today, where the light's going to go off, where you go ahead and get it, whatever that is. I know I've and a lot of means of trying to keep all this down, because it, to me, is very conflictual, and it brings up a lot of feelings of fear. What to do with all these emotions I don't know what to do with. And but I know just coming back and trying to do the best I can at the speed that I'm allowed to at all. And I just hope that things will continue opening up for me.
Well, thank you, Art.
Thank
I
you.
promise you that you will become unconflicted when you work the steps, because you will be taking leaps of faith. And each time you do and it works, you're going to say, wow, that worked. And pretty soon, the accumulation of evidence will overwhelm you, my friend, and you will no longer be able to deny that it works. And the program of AA is extraordinarily simple as a spiritual program. We don't have any ritual, we have no rites of passage, there's no nothing. What there is very simply that we learn to trust God, because we allow Him to be trustworthy. And we clear away the things in ourselves that block us from Him, so that then He has a chance to get us. And pretty soon, we just come to a point where we recognize that this is going on. And when you begin to have one God buzz after another, it'd be pretty difficult for an educated, intelligent guy like you to deny that that's what's happening. You might want to, because it might scare you, but after a while you find out you don't have to be afraid of God. What you have to be afraid of is Howard, not God. And I don't mean Howard as the nice guy or the professional. I'm talking about self. Selfishness, self-centeredness, self-centered fear, self-delusion, self-pity. That's what we have to deal with. And when you look in the mirror, Howard, just tell yourself, I'm looking at the problem.
Been doing that for many years.
Thank you, Howard. Jeannie.
What Marilyn said.
What?
And what you said.
You mean ditto? You mean you actually understood all that?
Shut up. Yeah. You see, he was making fun of me. See that?
Go ahead. Is that it?
What Marilyn said. Because when I do my 11-step inventory at night, that's like a prayer for me. When I write it all out and I'm looking over my day and everything, I do that 11-step inventory, and if I have any problems that I had during the day, I know that I can pick up the spiritual tools. And I know that God will take me to better things the next day. And I don't have the fear that God can't help me to make it right the next day. And when I have that feeling, I become more effective and I become unblocked from God. And like what you said, then my faith starts to grow. And the more my faith grows, the more I can get up in the morning and I can say to myself that today I can trust God more than what I did before. And also, I just wanted to mention one thing, like we were talking about yesterday, is that 24-hour book.
Yeah.
That's a really good book.
Yep.
Because that can bring up a lot of things that you really have in your head that you don't know are there sometimes, or expressions that you wish to express because God is deep down within us. And that helps to bring us up to, a lot of that meditation, I believe, brings a lot up to the forefront and helps to find those feelings in you that are there, that aren't as easily expressed through your own manner of thinking.
Good, thank you, Jim. What happens if you are not sorry and your conduct continues to harm others? What will happen?
You'll drink.
Okay. Where does it tell you that? What page in the big book?
Oh, I know, 80, no, it's not 86. I can't look, right?
Open book.
Oh, wait, let me think.
Anybody know?
69.
Page 70,
70.
in the fourth step.
In the first step, okay.
Find it and read it out loud so everybody can share in it. Top of the page.
Suppose we fall short,
Yep,
and I haven't.
of course.
Suppose we fall short of the chosen ideal and stumble. Does this mean we are going to get drunk? Some people tell us so, but this is only a half-truth. It depends on us and our motives. If we are sorry for what we have done and have the honest desire to let God take us to better things, we believe we will be forgiven and we will have learned our lesson. If we are not sorry and our conduct continues to harm others, we are quite sure to drink. We are not theorizing. These are facts out of our experience.
I bet you'll never forget what page that's on, will you?
Page 7.
Anybody got any irresistible impulses, otherwise known as burning desires? Okey dokey. Did we collect rent?
Oh, no. Thank you, though.
You're falling down the job.
I know, but we're, the more you give, the better you feel. That's my little ditty. That's the treasure.
The more you give, the better you feel.
It sounds a lot like the more you drink, the better you feel. It's similar, but.
That's right.
That's the verse.
That's the theme song of any good treasure.
Marilyn, did you take that baseball bat away from the gorilla? Is that really true?
Yeah, I'm looking for him still.
Marilyn's looking for the gorilla right now.
Yeah, really, I'm just looking.
You never write.
Silent C.
No, I could give you more.
Just remember, Marilyn, you have a right to remain silent.
What's that?
You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say may and can be used against you.
Hey, listen, she got some out of what I said.
Oh, okay. Let's close the meeting.
I found myself, Gene. Yes, I have. So little things that sent me today.
I wonder whose phone that is.
I just brought it in from the other room. I think it's Tom's.
Oh, the one that's over there. This camera makes me nervous. I didn't sit over there before. I saw that phone. I see somebody was sitting there.
In the head.
I don't want to take any chances.
Hey, how you doing? Yeah. Miss you this afternoon.
One out of two.
I'll have to get you a copy of it. Have to get you a copy of it.
Yeah, it's, what, are we going on to the networks now? We're gonna have Jim.
I think so. We're gonna get there eventually. I'm just doing this one, the language of the heart
Hi, I'm Tracy.
on video.
What about the one that, with our sponsorship meeting this afternoon? You recorded?
Okay, guys, shall we begin?
Are you playing? That's what he's got.
My name is Jim. I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Jim. Yeah.
Hi, buddy, and I'm glad to be here and glad to see all of you here. This is the regular Saturday meeting of the Stairway Group of Alcoholics Anonymous. This is our Language of the Heart meeting. Please join me in a moment of silent meditation. We'll say the Serenity Prayer together. Thank you. Serenity Prayer. God, grant me the serenity
to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Amen. And Alcoholics Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other, and may solve their common problem and help others recover from alcoholism. The only requirement for membership is the desire to stop drinking. There are no dues or fees for AA membership. We are self-supporting to our own contributions. And AA is not allied to any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution, nor wish to engage in any controversy, neither endorses nor opposes any causes. Our primary purpose is to stay sober, help other alcoholics to achieve sobriety. Tonight we're going to be studying and discussing an article written by Bill in 1961 entitled This Matter of Honesty. We find it on page 259 in Language of the Heart. Before we begin with what Bill wrote, it's important for us to kind of ground ourselves in this whole business of honesty. And we do that by turning first to the Big Book. On page 58 in the Big Book tells us this. Second line, first paragraph. Those who do not recover are people who cannot or will not completely give themselves to this simple program. Usually men and women who are constitutionally incapable of being honest with themselves. Now it's very important that we understand the distinction here. The Big Book is talking about an impediment to recovery as being the unwillingness or the incapacity for self-honesty. In other words, that we have been dealing with self-delusion, and we have been dealing with all of the other aspects of that, which include denial and rebellion and defiance and rationalization. And that we're not going to recover unless we can find a way to be honest with ourselves. There are such unfortunates, they're not at fault, they seem to have been born that way. They're naturally incapable of grasping and develop a manner of living which demands rigorous honesty. Their chances are less than average. Then, the other side of the coin, there are those too who suffer from grave emotional and mental disorders. But many of them do recover if they have the capacity to be honest. From this, we must see a very specific message that shines through. That this matter of self-honesty is a bottom line matter. It's a sine qua non of recovery. Without it, we don't recover. And we find out when we are working our 4-step and our 5th step just how far away from self-honesty some of us have fallen. With that in mind, then, we should differentiate between self-honesty and what they sometimes call around here cash register honesty. They talk about this being an honest program, but it's important to understand that the honesty which is utterly essential is honesty with self. And it may very well be that we will not drink if we habitually are dishonest with others, but we will definitely drink if we are habitually dishonest with ourselves. We're unable or unwilling to recognize what's going on with us. So we look on page 259. The problem of honesty touches nearly every aspect of our lives. There are, for example, the widespread and amazing phenomena of self-deception. There are those rather dreadful brands of reckless truth-telling, which are so often lacking in prudence and love. Then there are those countless life situations in which nothing less than utter honesty will do, no matter how sorely we may be tempted by the fear and pride that would reduce us to half-truths or inexcusable denials. Now, Bill is touching on some very important things here. First of all, when we look at dishonesty, as we work our fourth step and our fifth step, it's going to become crystal clear that we are never dishonest unless we are afraid of the results of being honest. If it were not for that fear, there would be no impetus to be dishonest. And then there's the other side of the coin, which is this brutal honesty. And sometimes we can kid ourselves into believing that it's for her own good, or if somebody doesn't tell her the truth, she'll never know it, and this kind of stuff. Sometimes it may be true. But there are many times when this kind of unsolicited honesty is very harmful and very hurtful. And we find these in particular when we look at our ninth step, don't we? In our ninth step, we are told flat out that if honesty is going to be harmful to another person, we may not do it. Because it's a spiritual principle involved here. We're not permitted to do anything to harm another person, even if it is to save our own necks. Let's go back on page 60 now, right top of page 4 lines down. Let's first see what self-deception can do to one's integrity. And by the way, it's a saying which I thoroughly and totally believe, that if you can say about a person, he has integrity, you don't need to say another word. If you say about a person, he has no integrity, you don't have to say another word. By that we know them. Let's see what self-deception can do to one's integrity. Well remembered is the comfort I used to take from an exaggerated belief in my own honesty. My New England kinsfolk had thoroughly taught me the sanctity of all business commitments and contracts. They insisted that a man's word is his bond. I delighted in the Lincoln story, which tells how Honest Abe once walked 6 miles to return the 6 pennies he had overcharged a poor woman at his grocery. After this rigorous conditioning, business honesty always came easy and it stayed with me. Even in Wall Street, where I landed years later, I never flim-flammed anyone. However, this small fragment of easy won virtue did produce some interesting liabilities. I was so absurdly proud of my business standards that I never failed to whip up a fine contempt for those of my fellow Wall Streeters who were prone to shortchange their customers. This was arrogant enough, but the ensuing self-deception proved even worse. My prized business honesty was presently converted into a comfortable cloak under which I could hide the many serious flaws that beset other departments of my life. Being certain that this one virtue, it was easy to conclude that I had them all. For years on end, this prevented me from taking a good look at myself. This is a very ordinary example of the fabulous capacity for self-deception that nearly all of us can display at times. Moreover, the deception of others is nearly always rooted in the deception of ourselves. Now you notice that? That's a very important statement, isn't it? The deception of others is almost always rooted in the deception of ourselves. I guess you could say it in the vernacular, that I told the lies for so long I began to believe them. And when you do a lot of 12-step work, you see that all the time. And finding and helping a person break that down so that they're no longer deceiving themselves but looking at the truth about themselves is a major challenge sometimes. Going on page 260. As further illustrations, 2 extreme cases come to mind. One shows self-delusion in a very obvious form. Obvious, that is, to all but the victim himself. The other depicts a more subtle brand of self-delusion from which no human being can be entirely exempt. One of my good friends used to be a safecracker. He told me this revealing tale. Said he, "You know, Bill, I used to think I was kind of a one-man revolution against society. All over the world I could see the have-nots taking it from the haves. It seemed very reasonable. After all, those damned haves just wouldn't share their wealth. The revolutions that took it away from them were apt to get a lot of applause. You know, it's kind of like the Robin Hood theory. But guys like me who could also make those haves share their wealth got no such glad hand. After a while I figured this out. The plain fact was that nobody liked burglars. Revolutions, yes, but burglars, no. Anyway, I couldn't see anything wrong about blowing safes except in getting caught. Even after years of jail, I still couldn't see it. When AA showed up, I slowly began to get through my head that there were good revolutions and bad ones. Bit by bit, it dawned on me how I'd completely fooled myself. I could see that I had been pretty crazy. How I could have been that dumb, I'll never be able to explain any other way. I have another AA friend, a good and gentle soul. He recently joined one of the great religious orders, one in which the friars spend many hours a day in contemplation. So my friend had plenty of time to take his inventory. The more he looks, the more unconscious self-deception he finds, and the more astonished he becomes at the elaborate and devious excuse-making machinery by which he had been justifying himself. He has already come to the conclusion that the prideful righteousness of good people may often be just as destructive as the glaring sins of those who are supposedly not so good. So he daily looks inward upon himself and then upward toward God, the better to discover just where he stands in this matter of honesty. Out of each of his meditations there always emerges one dead certainty, and this is the fact that he still has a long way to go. Now, just a reminder that on page 86, if you want to open up your book to that, on a daily basis we're going to do something which fits right in with this. Top of page 86, 5 lines down from the top. When we retire at night, we constructively review our day. Were we resentful, selfish, dishonest, or afraid? So this is something that we're going to be taking a look at in our 11th step every single day. That's enough from this for right now. We can finish it up in another meeting. Who would like to share on this question of honesty, please?
My name's Warren, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Warren.
Glad to be here. Interesting meeting. I have a tendency, one time I remember back that I knew what the question was going to be, and I flat out chose a lie answer, and I knew going in that I was going to lie, and I did, and I regretted it. But that's one problem. But the problem that I have generally is that I answer questions so quick that I end up maybe not intentionally lying, but a lie comes out before I really even know what the question is or give a chance to think about what the answer should be. And the example would be that I got caught in a hearing regarding some problems at work, and I answered questions so fast that I didn't even know what the answers, what correct answers would be, and when played back on the tape recorder, I go, holy shit, I didn't say that, did I? And so one thing I have to do is slow down and find out what the question is before I answer it. And that's always a problem with me. I get tied up in that rush thing, but all the things you said there apply to me. My first sponsor, a real good man, some of you may know, he passed away a few years ago, Gene Clark, a real good man, put on a big book meeting, and one of the things he said to me is you can only get drunk on a lie. And I guess indirectly that's basically what you're saying here tonight, and certainly applies to me. When I lie, my blood pressure goes up, I get tense, and it's just not a good thing. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Warren. Good. I think some of us get so accomplished lying or believe our lies so strongly that maybe we avoid the high blood pressure, but it takes a while before that happens. And then that stuff is really ingrained. Who's next now? That was good. Linda, you got something you want to, I know you do, I can see the look on your
I'm
face.
just trying to, what impressed me was that cash register honesty, that part of it, because I am a Yankee. And I was brought up that way, and everybody that knows me will say, my God, she's the most honest person in the world. And inside, I know that's not true. Cash register honesty, yes. I mean, I've been that person that, I can walk 6 miles, but I'm the first one, oh, that's not right. You know, you made a mistake at the cash register line. But with everything else, I don't even know myself. I know I'm not an honest person. I do lie. I exaggerate to protect myself and to make myself seem better than I am, so that you'll like me, to impress you. It's all a big. I'm just starting to know myself now, my defects, and this is one of my big defects is that false pride in protecting myself and trying to be more of a person than I really, really know I am. I've never really looked at myself until I've come into this program. The steps are helping me realize these defects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you for being here.
You want to turn the timer? Thank you. Yes.
I'm Catherine, I'm not Paula.
Hey, Kathy.
I think, well, I always took rigorous honesty to mean what we've been talking about more, that I don't lie. And I'm not saying that I believe that that's not what it means, but I don't think I completely understood how much more it means rigorous honesty within myself. And I think a result of that rigorous honesty will be I will not be as prone to lie outwardly after I become more honest with myself, which is extremely difficult. It's real hard to look in there and shine that light in there and admit, if nothing else, admit to yourself some of the falsehoods. And when I was drinking, I really started to believe a lot of what I said. I mean, I just had to. I had to create the illusion that it was real to just hold myself together after a while. It was the only thing I had left was the lies that were kind of gluing me together. And I do feel that in sobriety, I mean, I know I have a long ways to go, but the relief of not having to live that way is tremendous. And the only way that I've even gotten the little that I have now is by becoming willing to look within and to see what needs, my defects and so on, and to be willing to do something about it, and not being able to do it well every day, but coming back time and time again and realizing and making those amends as I need to and being honest.
Good, thank you.
Hi, I'm Alex. I'm an alcoholic. I mean, one thing that was kind of on my mind is that I believe there are many levels, many shades of honesty. And, as time goes on, I'm still okay with some levels of dishonesty. I know that sounds really sick, but, I'm not giving myself a hard time. The bottom line of it all is I am true to myself, and there are still some levels of dishonesty that I'm okay with. I need to have more of a look at myself on that, but, it might seem quite confusing what I'm saying, but I just, need to just get that off my chest.
Well, that's good, but could you describe these levels in some way?
Yeah, right. Mostly thinking of, I'm thinking of work, business, you know, in my daily life. And, you know, I talk on the phone a lot and this and that. I mean, you know, so it's very intermingled with that of, you know, kind of exaggeration, dishonesty, or, you know, and, you know, I'm okay with it, you know. I mean, yeah, obviously I'm not pure, you know, I never will be, but, you know, I'm just that's what kind of went through my mind, you know. So, yeah.
Like the
So,
editorial committee, exaggerating the number in the beginning.
So the check is.
Right. Yeah.
My fax machine broke.
Yeah.
Doggone it, our computer's been down for 2 days.
Maybe electricity not.
Sorry, I couldn't get back to you, my dog just Very good. Yes, Merrill.
Hi, I'm Marilyn, I'm an alcoholic.
Hi, Marilyn.
Hi, being in sales, this is something that I have to look for all the time because all my sales teachings have kind of taught me how to sway the truth or whatever. So that's why I am happy that I have this new opportunity because I really believe in the product and I don't feel like I'm telling people you're getting a really great vacation and not really believing it. But at the same time, you can't tell everybody everything. You can't tell everybody everything off the bat. Some things are just like, it's not necessary to say everything. Like it said in the beginning of this thing, it said, there's reckless truth-telling which often lacks in prudence and love, and there are times when you have to be completely honest no matter what, even if fear and pride keep you from that. They can tell the truth because they might not bite or something. So I have to be on guard for that all the time in my industry and in myself. I can't believe in this reading it doesn't say anything about the word rationalization because this seems like a perfect. Those paragraphs seem like a perfect description of what rationalization is. Like we want something to be true, so we figure out things to make it true when it's not really true, but we make it sound like it could be true. And this guy, he's like Robin Hood, you know, stealing. Like Robin Hood rationalized that.
Yep.
He didn't look at himself as a thief. You know, can rationalize anything. I'm sure that every criminal in in prison rationalizes everything they did. Like, ask OJ, Nicole probably deserved it.
Did you ever hear my rationalization for why I was in prison for 5 months?
Yeah, that was a good one.
That was a pretty good one, wasn't it? You gotta sell the sizzle, not the steak.
Yeah, right.
You start talking about the steak, it's a grade B, just short of dog food, but they think what they're getting is grade A prime, right?
Right.
They all smell the same when they're sizzling. I know.
Right. Well, it's better to have a better steak, though, if you're. I mean, some steaks are better than others.
Wow, that's pretty profound. Yes, Tom.
No, my name's Tom. Alcoholic. I was waving at that guy. I think the most honest thing I could have said when I was out there before I was working the steps was, "I will hurt you any way I have to, anyway, to get what I want." And that was the most honest thing. I didn't murder anybody, but I contemplated it, and that's that's pretty honest. I wouldn't admit to it when I was out there, but I would hurt you any way I had to get what I wanted and not care. Until I hit, I had to hit a bottom and realize that was wrong. And I got all this guilt and remorse after I started working the steps, and then that last night step. I was not a nice person out there, and that's pretty honest. And now I do things for different reasons, not just self-centered reasons. I do things, I want to get well, so I'll do things like to make amends to people. I'll do nice things, not have anything. I'll do this, and give you this so you'll do, I mean, I don't have other motives, ulterior motives for doing something nice. Although I still do sometimes, you know, but I'm aware of it, and it's pretty remarkable, I think, just being aware of it and knowing that I was that way, and I don't want to be that way anymore, and being honest with somebody else. God, I'm glad I'm sober.
Yes, thank you, Tommy. And Howard.
Howard, member of AA. And this is a very interesting topic, and it brings to mind why I'd like to say when rabbis and people who would study the Talmud always had an interesting discussion in that they take a point and they worked in pairs, like the two of us, and you'd argue a point for 10 minutes, and then I'd argue the reverse side of the point for 10 minutes. So to let everybody always know that there's always two sides to every coin, but most of the times we only want to see the side that goes ahead and defends the position that we're trying to defend. And now that I've been understanding more of what's going on through the steps and learning about my development as a true adult, a lot of the things that happen as far as honesty as I see it is from years ago and being a little guy and really doubting the reality, for me anyway, that was at home in my house. And I think a lot of us have that as far as addictions. Whatever they are, they're causing a lot of fear and pain. And so, wait a minute, if we were abused, or if a parent was an alcoholic, or if we were thrown out of a house, or if parents were not home, these are inconsistent. If you're abused, how are you supposed to love your father if you're a girl, or your mother? And so, wait a second, does it make sense? So we construct in our minds a fake reality, and we use our thoughts to be able to defend that reality. And as we get older, I think one of the real jobs that we have to do as an adult is to be able to cut the wheat from the chaff so that we really understand, wait a second, that's what we did as younger people emotionally to survive. But now as we become adults, we're entitled to our own feelings, but we're also entitled to be able to take a look at the things that didn't make sense. And that's okay. We don't have to conjure up a fake reality around it. And that's when we can start to become honest with ourselves and see both sides of the coin, because our existence isn't in providing and seeing only one side of the coin. And I think that that really takes a lot of the pain and pressure away, because it's easier to be open and see both sides when we can also allow ourselves to be able to say, wait a second, there were a lot of things that didn't make sense to me when I was younger, and now as an adult, I have to be able to put them in proper perspective, and if I was bad or did something wrong, make amends. I am entitled to be able to have good things happen to me. I'm entitled to be loved. I'm entitled to be sober. I'm entitled to have a good job and a loved one and all that. And oftentimes I was thinking, at least in my behalf, who was I to think of myself as being worthy of such other things that others could have, but not myself? So I have to step back from that. I don't have to defend those false beliefs to be able to keep my home and my life in check. That is a very difficult thing, because I spent so many years and so much pain doing all that. But I think I would believe there's a lot of that in all of us in trying to maintain a false reality, and that in itself is dishonest.
Well, Jesuit priests and Talmudic scholars have a difficult time accepting categorical imperatives, and yet we have to. There are a lot of things in recovery that don't have two sides. They have only one side. God doesn't have two sides. His principles don't have two sides. The principles are the principles. The application of those principles and the things that we actually do to apply them, there may be many different versions of that, but the principles are always the same.
Right, and I wasn't trying to say that. If I did, then I misspoke in that. The principles, I think, are beautiful in and of themselves. It's the way we try and rationalize it in our mind that there's always if I try and present my position of being, I was right, well, wait a minute, there's a flip side to that too, where I could be wrong, but I don't want to see it. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, maybe you'd have two arguments, one saying this is a principle and the other one saying this is not a principle.
Think about that.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of arguments going around here. Because when we hear people saying the principles behind the steps, see what's happened there is they have decided that the steps are not the principle. And so they're going to define the principle themselves. The Big Book says that the steps are the principles. The principles are the steps. Therefore, there can be no principle behind a principle. That doesn't work. And the guys who made up those principles behind the steps are laughing in their fear about now. They never intended that to be taken seriously by anybody until it got published in the grapevine. They were just playing around with it. And half of the stuff that is now memorized is utterly irrational and totally contradicted by the Big Book. But nevertheless, you can make an argument, if you wish, that the steps are not the principles, that there are principles behind the steps which are the real principles, and if you're a Talmudic scholar, you can make a case for that. How does that sound, Howard?
I thought I was understanding.
Does anybody have any idea what I said? I don't.
Smarter than lawyers coming out of the
What was it? What was it?
Sine qua non?
Yeah, what does that mean? What is that?
What?
Sine qua non.
That you said
Sine
earlier.
qua non.
Oh, sine qua non.
Yes.
Vulgarly, the bottom line.
Vulgar?
It could not exist without it.
I always loved what a tangle web would weave when we first would practice to see. And I remember my youth. Most of my lying was born of shame because I wasn't good enough, I wasn't big enough, I was too skinny, I was too this, I was too that. And I just created this whole world of lies and deception. I became a flim-flam man, a scam artist, and all that. You know, I was real good at it. And it was all based in dishonesty, and I just lived my whole youth in dishonesty. And in sobriety, sobriety, when I had to give that all up and just take a look at who I really was and what I really was and who those around me really were, those that I was ashamed of. I mean, I used to be ashamed. My father made $45 a week and raised 8 kids. The man was a freaking hero. The man was a hero. He was a war hero for World War II. My brothers are war heroes. And he raised 8 really wonderful people. And he did have $45 a week. That's pretty damn good. And I was ashamed of him. My father was the president of the company. And it was all deception. And in sobriety, I actually had to face all the deceptions that I had created along the way. And in letting go of that, I found freedom. Freedom in the truth. I didn't have to lie about it anymore. I mean, I was actually, I could see where I could be proud of my father, proud of my family, proud of those around me that I previously been ashamed of. And in myself, the reality I created for myself, I mean, I can look back on my 47 years on this earth as quite a story of survival and adventure and nothing to be ashamed of, really. And I also, I'm a salesman too, and I've always thought it was real important that I believed in what I was selling and be completely 100% honest. I ain't selling nobody nothing that I wouldn't sell anybody anything that I wouldn't buy myself. And if there's anything deceptive in it, I don't want any part of it. And I sell printed material, marketing tools, brochures, catalogs, like that. And as of late, I'm looking at some of the other salesmen feet filling my head full of stuff like we're the best, and nobody prints better than us, and nobody's cheaper than us, and you know, and I'm going, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm believing. I gotta bring my product to sell it. And I get a fax from the machine the other day, and I'm looking at another printer that sends us a price sheet. It's cheaper than ours. I don't know if you saw that. It's cheaper than ours. And I'm saying, but how could this be cheaper? We're the cheapest. We're the cheapest. And I'm looking at one of the print jobs, and I'm saying, you know what? This is a little fuzzy, man. They're telling us we're the best. We're the best, man. And I'm starting to doubt what I'm doing. Is it deception? I guess not, in fact, because I believed, and I was led to believe, that we're the best and we're the cheapest. There's nobody better than us, and that's what I have to believe in order to sell it to you. I mean, what's the truth and what's a lie? It's my job. I don't necessarily believe in it, but it's what I do to make a living. But you have to pick what is it they say? You have to choose your battles. You know, this is what I do to make a living now. If I'm going to be so high and mighty, then I'm going to go find something else to do to make a living. But for now, it's serving a purpose. And as long as I'm honest to hear, that's probably the most important thing I can do.
Yeah, I always thought, Mike, that those who would not sell anything they didn't own ought to always sell Rolls Royces. I remember I went broke in sobriety when I was 14 years sober, and I ended up selling ballpoint pens with your name on the phone. Selling 100 pens for $135, and you got to have a diamond necklace along with it. That was a lot of fun.
You know, it is interesting.
It was a diamond necklace. It was uncut, but it was a diamond. Looked like a freeze-dried piece of pigeon shit as well. But you didn't tell him that. Anybody else?
I was just going to say as a last comment, it is interesting though that so many of us right in here as far as professions, and then the mentality of that is that you're in sales. I was, and you're in sales. Interesting how my dad was, again, I too was embarrassed that I thought he was such a talented person, and he was, but he had to, and I used to go door to door soliciting for him to get appointments, and he'd go out and work at night, so he was never home. And so there, how do you defend somebody who was so smart, but he was never at home with us because he was so I'm having to, you know, fabricate a story in my mind, and I am very proud of him. He too was a World War II vet, but he wasn't there for us at night because he was working, and that was the rationalization. That was very painful. But just look here how within sales, and I used to say to him at that time, and he would be able to do it in his mind, and I had a very difficult time being able to live with some of the things that he was doing, and yet I still loved my dad. So then how do you reconcile that sort of difference? He would be able to say things, to sell things, etc. And I always said to myself over here, I'm not quite sure if that's kosher, but that's how we were making a living. So that was my rationalization. And there's a lot of that goes on in families with sales, I'm sure. But again, that's how we survive. And that's how the family makes a living and survives. Puts food on the table.
Thank you, Art. I remember when I was in a bar and I was drinking it one night, and I was a lawyer there in Beverly Hills. This was a pretty nice bar. The bartender turned to me and said, you know, you look like you might be in the CIA. And I said, how did you know? And then from there on in that bar, I was in the CIA.
You know, it's hard to believe that you're a lawyer and you lied about something, Joe.
Yeah, how about that?
Oh, yeah.
Let this circle represent the unity of our fellowship. A moment of silence for those still suffering. And we'll say the Lord's Prayer together. Please remember, we don't say anything after we say amen. Thank you. Lord's Prayer. Our
Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Amen. Thanks a lot, guys.
Yeah.
See you next week. I shall. Who is this guy? Who's this masked man? I don't know, probably most of you here are too young to remember Lone Ranger and Tonto on the radio, but... Oh, a few, huh?
Hey, I wish.
Who is this masked man? Who's this guy comes in here spouting out about the book? Well, I'll try to give you some idea of what's happened to me and how I got where I am. And I'd like especially to share with you some of the things which have happened in my sobriety, which I promise you would never have happened had I not been in this program and had I not had the faith which allowed me to go through some doors that opened up and just to see if that was going to work or not. And once in a while they didn't, I walked back out and tried another door. I couldn't have done that when I was afraid, when I was tied in with all the things of the world. But you know what happens with us here is that we begin to deal in the world of spirit, and it's a whole different world. The big book calls it that fourth dimension of existence. My sobriety date is December 20th, 1964, and I've been sober through the grace of God since that time. The way I got here was, well, I don't know, it's kind of boring, I guess, but it was interesting to me. In fact, it shocked the hell out of me. See, I got married to this woman, and she didn't tell me when we were courting and before we got married that she was crazy. And I made the fundamental error of not meeting her mother beforehand. If I'd seen her mother, I'd have known that they were both nuts. But anyway, we went on and we produced 3 children. And this lady got progressively worse and worse. And of course, at that time, I was doing some drinking as I went along. I also went to law school, and I got my law degree, and I got a couple of graduate degrees, and I started a law practice in Beverly Hills, California. And at the same time, my home life was an absolute mess. And you know, I really believed that my responsibility was to see to it those 3 kids had at least a fighting chance in life. And so, toward the end of all of this, and just before I got sober, my wife really flipped her lid and tried to kill all 4 of us. So she had to be incarcerated in an insane asylum, and she's still there. And so, from the time I got sober, right on after that, I was a single father, raising 3 kids, trying to keep a law practice going, and also following the dictates of a higher power, which turned out to be something that can be almost a full-time job. This all started, the end started rather innocently. I got my mother to take care of my kids so I could go out and relax a little bit on a Friday night. And I remember driving towards the bar. See, I was practicing in Beverly Hills, and so my favorite bars were La Dolce Vita, where Frank and the Tack hung out, and the Polo Lounge at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and the Beverly Wilshire Hotel was across the street from my office, and the Brown Derby, all that stuff. Because I was a big shot. I mean, Beverly Hills lawyers, I didn't realize at the time that they're a couple of steps below Philadelphia lawyers, but I didn't know that then. So I was on my way to La Dolce Vita, that much I remember, but I don't know anything after that. I never had a blackout in all that time. And I came out of the blackout 9 days later, and I was in London, England, not having any idea where I was or how I got there. But I remember quite clearly, shortly after coming out of the blackout. I got up, I was in a hotel, and I walked over to the window, tried to figure out where I was, and I looked down on the street, down about 7 or 8 floors, and I thought I was going nuts. They were all driving on the wrong side of the street. I felt just like like Alice, you know, falling down the rabbit hole, looking around for the Red Queen and the Cheshire Cat. Well, the hotel directory told me where I was, and I called my cousin, who was a big shot over there, and he came and got me and poured me back on an airplane. I flew back to Los Angeles, 11 hours on the Great Circle route, and I managed to stay pretty well drunk away. I had to, because I was shaking so bad. When I got back to Los Angeles, I spent the next 6 weeks locked up in my house. My mother kept the kids, and I wouldn't let anybody in, and I just drank. Now, I've been hearing of people, just little things here and there, about how people went through all of these horrible physical and mental problems. Delirium treatments and seizures and very severe hallucinations, and this business of drinking oneself into a stupor, passing out, 2 or 3 hours later coming up out of it, trying to get something going, making it stay down, taking 2 or 3 different times before something would stay down, and then giving a big sigh of relief, and then going on drinking until passing out again, and doing this over and over and over again. And the seizures were the bad part. I couldn't remember very much of them, but I knew that it would have been bad because my whole body would ache afterwards, and I'd bitten my tongue. And I knew that I was nearing the end. I knew that I couldn't continue to do this, but I couldn't stop drinking. So I turned back to God. Now, I'd been pretty much of a spiritual guy while I was in Korea. I was in the Marine Corps over there, and we were getting shot at all the time, and I had, foxhole contact with God in great gulps and in huge measure. I was so spiritual, and when I got back over to the States, they made me a drill instructor, and they gave me a campaign hat and told me I was God. So I didn't have to pray to God anymore. I was already there. This time, however, I knew that I was in such deep trouble, and I knew that I was going to die. And so I went to God and I asked Him for help. It was real simple, just God help me. But I meant it. And it was the strangest thing, because the obsession to drink alcohol was removed from me. That was on the 19th of December, 1964, and it's never come back. The next day I found myself in a meeting in West Los Angeles at the Ohio Street Group. Some of you in California may remember that place. It's still going. It's the place that Clancy has kind of taken over. And when I got there, though, this was a really, really powerful bunch. Of course, I had no idea. I walked in there and I sat around there for a few minutes. I saw nobody was in charge. I figured I'd be president of this chicken outfit in about 30 days, because that was my nature. Sat through the first meeting, and I was still shaking pretty bad, but these 2 guys came over to me after the meeting. Now, you want to know about purity miracle, about God's grace, about how can one person be so fortunate as I was. These 2 guys walked up to me and said, "We are your sponsors." And by the way, that's not strange at all, because that's the way it used to be. There wasn't any of this potluck stuff like we have these days. If I looked at you and I figured I could help you, I'd just come over and tell you, I'm going to be your sponsor unless you got somebody already. And even if you have, get rid of them. And these two guys gave me a book with a bunch of phone numbers and names in it. Said, we're your sponsors. What's a sponsor? Don't worry about it, kid, we're going to tell you. We're going out and have coffee. And I wanted to make all kinds of excuses. I wanted to get the hell out of there. They said, no, come on, we're going to go have some coffee. Now this is where it all started for me. And it was, and right from the very beginning, I was being blessed. I didn't know it then, but now I really understand it. Because one of these guys was Father Joe, who helped write the Big Book. And his brother, Father Ed, was around that group too. And the other guy was Admiral Bud Scholes. And Bud had been Bill Wilson's sponsee long back in the 40s. So these two guys knew exactly what they were doing. And they were just exactly the guys I needed. I was a big shot Beverly Hills lawyer, and I knew it all, and I had an ego that was coming out of my ears. My pride, which was mostly false pride, but it was nevertheless eating me alive. I really believed that I knew it all. I had always solved any problem I had ever had. I had an education that was far greater than anything I'd ever hoped to get. And yet here were these two guys, and they sat there in front of me and they talked to me, and I felt smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Because I realized that I was listening to two giants, spiritual giants. You see, what happened was they knew exactly what to do. They told me how they drank. Never once saying to me, well, kid, you think this was a bingo game? Why do you suppose you got in here? You must be a drunk too. Well, they never said that to me. They told me about themselves. They let me hear how they drank. And they let me hear about what it did to them, about the anger and the resentment and the rage, about the dishonesties, about their selfishness, about the frustrations and despair. They let me know about the failures which had been engendered by the reason of their drinking, both of them nearly coming to complete ends of both of their careers. Father Joe was a Jesuit, and he was very close to being defrocked. And Bud was a rear admiral, and he very closely got to becoming to get cashiered out. I mean, these guys really came close, and both of them came close to dying. And they sat there and told me all about this. And it was hard for me to believe it. I'm sitting here looking at them now, and how can all of this be true? But yet what they were saying began to ring true to me. I knew what they were saying because I had experienced a lot of this stuff. And then they told me how they tried to stop drinking and couldn't. They explained the powerlessness. They said to me, if you're an alcoholic, like we are, you cannot stop drinking on your own. You are powerless to stop drinking on your own. And if you are an alcoholic, it's going to kill you. And we couldn't stop. We tried every which way, and we couldn't stop. And I was still interested, so they said, okay, let us tell you what's wrong with you if you're an alcoholic like us. You have a disease. You have a deadly, incurable, progressive illness. And this illness affects both your mind and your body. But the most distinctive feature of this illness is spiritual bankruptcy. You can never safely drink alcohol again for the rest of your life. You have an allergy, and this allergy is such that every time you put alcohol into your body, into your system, it sets up a craving, a phenomenon of craving, we call it, that will not let you rest until you have drunk yourself into oblivion. And I knew what they were talking about because I'd just been doing that for 6 weeks. They said, you have an obsession and a compulsion to drink over which you have no power. You cannot control it. And I knew what they were talking about. I knew that was right. They said either you're going to find a way to be free from the obsession and compulsion to drink, or you're going to die. Well, later, of course, I found out that this is exactly what they were supposed to do. But then they knew. They've been doing this stuff for a long, long time. Finally, they said, now, if you're still interested, let us tell you how we recovered. And they did. And let me tell you something. They did not back away one bit from God. They told me how the cow ate the cabbage. They said what you're going to have to do here is you're going to have to get God between you and the booze, because you can't do it for yourself. And no human power can do it for you. So we're going to show you how to do that. It's the same way we did it. They told me about the 12 steps. They told me how these steps were spiritual principles. And they told me that the directions for working these steps were in this book. He said, what we're going to do is we're going to teach you, if you want us to, we're going to teach you how to follow those directions. We're going to teach you how to incorporate these spiritual principles we call the 12 steps into your very being so they'll become your way of life. And when you do that, we promise you, you're going to be just fine. And so they gave me the book, and they said, read it. Not some Reader's Digest expurgated version as your sponsor sees it. The book. Read the book. And so I said, how soon? They said, now. I said, okay. Now, I promise you, I'm going to argue with these guys. For the first time in a long time, I had met my match in another human being. They had power, spiritual power. You see, here's what was happening. They were telling me the truth, and they knew it was the truth. And there wasn't any baloney going on here, no balderdash. This was all the truth. And when you're telling the truth, you're believable. When you're telling the truth, you got power. When you're telling the truth about recovery in here, you have power. God gives it to you. And people believe you, and you have credibility, and they want to do what you did. They want to have what you've got. And you can help them. And when we float around with some of these wild theories and ideas and some of this New Age AA and this human solution stuff, we don't really believe it. You know why? Because we're just talking about it. We haven't done it. Because if we'd done it and we tried to rely upon that for our sobriety, we wouldn't still be here. Because it doesn't work. But when we have worked the steps and we have experienced those steps in our lives and we continue to experience those steps in our lives as they appear here and following these directions, when we talk to new people, they believe us because we're telling them the truth. And this is what happened to me. And I believe these guys. Go read the book, they said. The third day of my sobriety, I came back over to the Ohio Street room, and there they were waiting for me outside. And I was all pumped up because I had read the book. And I thought, wow, how wonderful am I? I did what they told me to do, and they're going to be so proud of me. It was like I had just completed my orals for my doctorate. You know, this was even bigger. Because these two guys, I really wanted them to think I was something special. They should get in the car. Where are we going? Don't worry about it, kid. We drove from West Los Angeles downtown Skid Row, and we went up in this old hotel. And we walked into this musty, dusty, rusty old bedroom there, and here was a drunk lying in the bed. and he was kind of slobbering on himself. The room didn't smell too good. And we went over into the room, and Joe said, just go sit in the corner, Jim. Keep your mouth shut. See what we do here. So they sat down, and they started talking to this guy. Now, one thing that became apparent right away was that he knew from long experience that one of them was carrying a bottle. And so he, licking his lips and waiting for that bottle to come out. And finally he decided he'd better show them that he was going to go into some kind of a bad seizure, so he started rolling his eyes. So then Joe reached in his back pocket and pulled out a half pint of 10 High and said, here, you better have a swig or two. Which is just what this guy wanted. So they sat there and they talked to him for about an hour and a half. And they finally got up and we left. And we were walking out and I said, what in the world's going on here, guys? He didn't want anything that you've got. He was hardly listening to it. All he wanted was that booze. And Bud turned to me and he said, don't you understand we weren't doing it for him? We were doing it for ourselves. This is how we stay sober. And we never know who's going to listen and who isn't. Because that's not up to us. That's up to God. We carry the message. And it is God who decides the result, not us. Well, wow. I mean, that's pretty heavy stuff. I think I kind of understand it now after all these years. But at that time, I just said, okay. I was in to keep my head down, my mouth shut about that time, because I figured I really didn't know anything about anything. We had an adventure then. And on my 47th day of sobriety, I was working my 11th step. I was doing my first inventories at night, my prayers, my meditations. But you know, what happened was that as I read the book, I began to feel closer and closer to the solution and closer to the fellowship. And I began to understand a little bit about what was going on here. There was something magical here, and that book was designed precisely to do that, wasn't it? Big Book was written to help me and you, and all of us who actually bother to pick it up and read it, help us to break down and break through the walls of denial when we're new. And more than that, to bring us hope, because there is hope in these pages. Look at all these people in the back of the book, and if you haven't read that, gee, why don't you do that? You're going to find yourself back there. A whole bunch of places, probably. And it's quite a discovery. Well, gee, that's my story. But see, it's not just a question of it being my story. Here's somebody who is saying, and I'm new now, and he is or she is saying, I'm a drunk, I'm an alcoholic. And here's how I got there. But now I have recovered from a seemingly hopeless state of mind and body, and here's how I did it. And on and on and on, and each one does the same thing in its own way. It shows us not just the disease and the progression of the disease, but it shows us recovery. And it brings us the hope that we need to have. Remember, when we come in here, we're in a hopeless state of mind. We only think it's hopeless because we don't know any better. But nevertheless, we need to have at least some kind of a glimmer of hope that if we begin to do all this stuff, it's going to work. It's going to happen. And so as I read the book, that happened for me. And my sponsors told me, look, the first step is a very simple step. You read the book, the whole book. Read this book. You get to meetings at least once a day. You talk to people who are in recovery. You talk to us. And you pray. And you pray even if you have to pray to whom it may concern, or to God if you're there, but pray. I had noticed, as I went through the first part of the big book, that the last word in the doctor's opinion is pray, and then Bill's talking about all the way through his story. And so this prayer stuff must be pretty doggone important for recovery. So they said, if you will do that, what will happen is that you will be granted the gift which we find elucidated on page 30. If you have your big book, let's take a look at the first step on page 30. A lot of times it's kind of easy just to slip on by, but it's right there for us. Second full paragraph on page 30. We learned that we had to fully concede to our innermost selves that we were alcoholics. This is the first step in recovery. And the delusion that we're like other people, or presently may be, has to be smashed. That's the whole first step. And you say, well, whoa, here, wait a second. Where is this business of an unmanageable life? It doesn't seem to be there. Then you get to ask yourself this question: do I know anybody's life which is manageable by them, whether they're alcoholics or not? See, the truth of the matter is that unmanageability of our lives is not an indicia that we're alcoholics, but it could be a very powerful incentive for us to try to do something about it. That's why Bill put it in there. There are two parts to the first step. They're right there in that little paragraph. The concession to our innermost selves. And we notice how that goes right to the meat of it. It's not something that I came into the rooms for the last week and every day I said, my name is Jim and I'm an alcoholic. Well, what's that got to do with a concession? That may be just plain old ordinary window dressing. And my normal attempt to fit in, so I'm not going to be excluded or rejected by the group. But here, it's a wholly different thing, isn't it? A concession to our innermost selves, that we are alcoholics. And then the other part is, as Dr. Silkworth has stated back there in his story, his opinion, that the true alcoholic, that's you and me, can never safely take alcohol in any form again for the rest of his or her life, period. And so what we're going to have to come to, if we want to work a first step properly, we're going to have to come to the acceptance, not just the understanding, but the acceptance of the fact that we can never safely drink alcohol again. The plug is in the jug. And no matter how scared or frightened or angry that makes us, it's still a fact. That's what they taught me. And once that had settled in and I could look them in the eye and say, yes, I've made that concession, and yes, I have come to accept that I can never drink again. And I'm not fighting that, and I have no reservations whatsoever. They said, good, and you've been doing a lot of praying, haven't you? And I said, yes. And they said, okay, let's turn to page 53. Let's see what we can find there. And right there in the middle of the page, it tells us, when we became alcoholics, faced with a self-imposed crisis, we could no longer evade or ignore. We had to fearlessly face the proposition that either God is or He is not. Either God is everything or He's nothing. I got that backwards, but you'll forgive me for that.
Yeah.
What was our answer to be? So what we have here is the second step facing us squarely on that page. Here's the way it works, they said. If you are convinced and you have decided and you've come to believe that there is a God and that God is all-powerful, that God is everything, then can you have even the slightest doubt that this all-powerful Supreme Being can restore you to sanity? And of course the answer to that is no. I can have no doubt then. If God is and God is everything, God can certainly restore me to sanity. And he said, good, that's the second step. That's a belief, isn't it? Now, I didn't have too far to go to get there, because I was more than willing to believe I wasn't real happy about some of the religious training I'd had, but so what? I mean, that's a big hoo-ha. We're not talking about religion here anyway, are we? We're talking about our personal individual belief, the God of our understanding, our willingness to believe that there just might be a power out there greater than us. In the process of reading the book, going to meetings, talking to people, and praying, that belief came flooding over me. So I had worked the second step. Now, in spite of all the pooperah about second step, that's the second step. If you want to find the big book, it's simple, one little paragraph. So then, the next day, they said, well, come on back, because we want to see what's going on here with you. He said, turn to page 60. And down at the bottom of page 60, there are two words which are critical. Those two words are being convinced. Now, when Bill originally wrote the book, and the original manuscript, it says, paraphrasing, something like this: if you reach this point in the book and you're not convinced, reread the book to this point, and if you're still not convinced, throw this book away. And the editorial board said, no, Bill, no, we can't do that. There are too many alcoholics out there who would simply say, yeah, let's get rid of this sucker, I'm back to the bar. So they changed it to two words, being convinced. Being convinced of what, I was asked. I don't know. Well, the three pertinent ideas, they're right there. That's pretty obvious, isn't it? That I'm an alcoholic, can't manage my own life. No human power is going to relieve me of my alcoholism. God can and will if I seek Him. Whoa, wait a second. That's pretty strong stuff. That's a promise. That God will take away from me my obsession, compulsion to drink alcohol if I seek Him. Well, how do I do that? And Joe said, well, the best way we know is to work the steps. And you're working the steps, you're seeking God. And you're going to end up with a spiritual awakening. You're going to end up restored to sanity. And you're going to end up in the world of the Spirit. And you're going to end up being God conscious. And a spiritual awakening will carry you for the rest of your life if you wish it to. And so I said, okay. Then I am convinced. They said, good. Now let's take a look over here, because there's a couple things that we want to get straightened out with you to make sure you understand. You are no damned big shot. You're a little shot. You are a very little shot. We are not impressed with you at all. And your troubles are of your own making. And your troubles, it tells us on page 62, arise out of ourselves. And that the alcoholic is an extreme example of self-will run riot, though he usually doesn't think so. And it tells us this: above everything, we alcoholics must be rid of this selfishness. Why? We must, or it kills us. Oh, come on. How can that be? You mean just because I stay selfish, I'm going to die? Sure. Let's go back to the basics, and we'll see exactly how that works, won't we? The basic fact is you're an alcoholic, which means that you are powerless over alcohol, which means that you are powerless to stop drinking. And if you don't stop drinking, alcoholism is a fatal, incurable illness, and if you don't stop drinking, you're going to die. Now, if you have no power over alcohol, you're going to have to find something to stand between you and the booze, aren't you? Well, now, let's see if we can figure this one out logically. If you're walking around this world full of self, selfish, self-centered, self-pitying, self-deluded, how do you expect there to be any room there for God to come in? Where is God's grace going to fit in that scenario? Well, I had to admit, that was a pretty good question. says we have to be rid of self. We must, or it kills us. And then it tells me something else which is profound, that I may have all kinds of desire to be free of self, to be in a state of surrender. I may try with all my might to do this, but I can't. Because, and here's the kicker, I am as powerless over self as I am over alcohol. And I have to have God's help to be freed from it. Now then, if I understand that, then down the next little paragraph down there at the bottom of that page, there's going to have to come awakening here for me, a little minor awakening along the road to a spiritual awakening, that playing God didn't work. There is a God and He's not made. And so I'm going to have to make a decision, aren't I? I found it easy. It came to me. It was a gift. I did, in fact, decide, as it says there in the book, that hereafter in this drama of life, God was going to be the director. He was going to be the principal and I the agent. He would be the father and I the child. Now, if you want to know what is the third step, there it is. Third step is not the prayer. The third step is a decision. Hereafter in this drama of life, I decided. Right? That's the decision. That I'm going to quit playing God and I'm going to let God be God. I'm going to know that He is God. And I'm going to do something even more than that. I'm going to offer myself to Him. I'm going to offer my life and my will into His care. So then they pointed out something at the top of page 63, which has stuck with me ever since. It's the most incredible thing. Can you imagine that the whole program of Alcoholics Anonymous is compressed into one sentence? There it is. 3 lines down. God being all-powerful provided what we needed. That means everything we needed. If we kept close to Him and performed His work well. That's the whole shooting match right there. Staying close to God, performing His work well. Of course, there's some things we have to do, because at this point, we're not close to God. We're a long way from being close to God, because we are loaded with defects of character, with insanity and with guilt. And therefore, it's going to be necessary for us to be freed from those things so that we can get close to God. Now, when is it that we get close to God? Well, let's find out. Go to page 84. And I'm leading you through this as they led me through it, so you can see how it was done. And why it worked so quickly for me, because these guys knew what the heck they were doing. On page 84, in the center, in the middle paragraph, right after the promises, it says there about 4 lines down, we have entered the world of the Spirit. Now this is after we've worked the first 9 steps. And if you look down to the bottom of that page, you're going to find that we'll seldom be interested in alcohol. If tempted, we'll recoil from it as from a hot flame. That we react sanely and normally. And we will find that this has happened automatically. We have then been restored to sanity. You see, it's going to work, and it's all here. And if somebody's willing to show us in the book how all this stuff comes together, it makes it so much easier. There's nothing metaphysical or esoteric about all this. It's straight line stuff. Do this, do this, do this, do this. You get this, you get this, you get this, you get this. And notice the word automatically. What that means is very simply this. When we work the steps, we will receive these blessings automatically. A little bit further down that paragraph on page 85, it tells us that we haven't sworn off drinking. We haven't sworn off liquor. Instead, the problem has been removed. It doesn't exist for us. It's pretty interesting. If you go through the whole book, you'll never find that the book tells you don't drink. Not once. Why would you tell somebody who can't not drink, oh, by the way, don't drink? One of the greatest of all mythologies around here is don't drink and go to meetings and everything will get better. Yeah, probably will for a little while. Especially if I'm not an alcoholic. Then it's just fine. I don't need the book. I don't need 12 steps. I don't need anything except my ego being bolstered by being a member of such a wonderful fellowship and everybody thinking I'm so great. And that's good. Everybody who has a desire to stop drinking is welcome here. But if you're a real alcoholic, if you're a chronic, if you're doomed to an alcoholic death, better pay attention to what this is telling you. And what else is going to happen? Let's go down to the bottom of page 85. Let's see what happens here. Remember that our journey here was to find ourselves in a place where we were close to God, right? We got to get close to Him, and then we got to stay close to Him, and along the way and forever after, we must perform His work well. Down to the bottom of the page, that last little paragraph down there, it tells us that we have commenced to sense the flow of God's Spirit into us, that we have become God conscious. And this is all if we have carefully followed directions. Not a word there about suggestions, is there? What we have in this book are directions on how to work the suggestions. How about that? You suggested that you do it, but the directions are how you do it. And then finally, we've developed a sixth sense, a vital sixth sense. Now we are connected to God. Now we're close to God. Now we've got the 11th and 12th steps to stay there. And when we do that, God gives us everything we need. And you say, oh, well, wait a second now. Maybe there are a lot of things I want. What about those things? And I read this 11th step and it says I'm not supposed to pray for anything for myself alone, only if others will be helped. I'm supposed to just ask God for knowledge of His will for me and the power to carry it out. So what's so thrilling about being given the things I need? I'd like to refer you to the answer to that question. We find it on page 552. This is a beautiful story. If you haven't read it, Freedom from Bondage, this lady is incredible. And there's stuff in here that will stay with you the rest of your life and things that she teaches us to do. But let's take a look at the bottom of page 552 and see what she said about this. This great experience that released me from the bondage of hatred and replaced it with love is really just another affirmation of the truth I know. I get everything I need in Alcoholics Anonymous. Everything I need, I get. And when I get what I need, I invariably find that it was just what I wanted all the time. And so we got to the point then, we talked a little bit about being reborn. And I said, well now Joe, is that some kind of a Christian concept, this rebirth stuff? He said, well, it might be for you if that's your belief, but in AA this means a rebirth of thinking. Because our thinking is our problem. We've never been powerless over our actions except at rare times. We've just taken wrong action because we were dealing from self. Decisions based on self, actions based on self. But we did, and we have become powerless over our thinking. And what's going to happen here is that God's going to straighten our thinking out. If you look at the promise is that our whole attitude and outlook upon life will change. Our thinking will straighten out. And this is the kind of rebirth that we're talking about. And so finally we looked at the third step, prayer. And they explained to me that we were going to be going right on with the fourth step, because they said, what you're going to do now, you've already made a decision. This prayer is going to implement that decision. And what you're going to do is you're going to go immediately from this into your fourth step and right on through the rest of the steps, because you're making a commitment here as you use this prayer to do so. You're asking God to do some stuff for you, but you're making a commitment to God that you're going to go forward and do the things that you can do. And you're going to find out what didn't work, and then you're going to find out what will work, and when you stop doing what didn't work and you start doing what will work, your whole life will change. It's that simple. So we looked at the prayer on page 63, and then we went through it sentence by sentence. And they explained to me that God, I offer myself to Thee to do with me and build with me as Thou wilt. First thing we have to know about that, they said, is that that's an unconditional offer. There's no reservations there. You're not saying to build with me as Thou wilt, except in those times I don't like what you're doing. He said, why don't you do this, Jim? Imagine yourself in the outback of Australia a year and a half from now running a sheep station, and only neighbors you have are aborigines who eat grubs and offer you some every time they see you. There's nobody else around, and it's God's will that you be there. Can you imagine that you'd be happy as a clam at high tide? I said, no. Couldn't possibly. They said, well, that's one of the things you're going to have to get straight with, because if it's God's will that you be there, I promise you, you'll be happy. It'll be just exactly what you need. He said also, you got to understand, Jim, that when you say this prayer, it's an offer only. God's still got to accept you. That's why it says offer. And there are things you must do in order to fit yourself to be a maximum service to Him and to be acceptable to Him. You've got to be clear to the things in yourself which will block you off from Him, because He can't get to you now. Relieve me of the bondage of self. Can you just see your spirit? Ropes and chains, and cables, in a psychic fetal position, all bound up by self. That's your spirit. Relieve me of the bondage of self, so my spirit can soar with the angels, that I may better do Thy will. How can I do Thy will when I'm bound up in self? By the way, our heritage is that we be happy, joyous, and free. And of those, freedom is the greatest, because, you know, that means freedom from self. Freedom from the bondage of self. Then that third sentence is very, 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 very interesting and very important. And if we don't read it properly, we might miss the whole import of it. Take away my difficulties. Now, I don't know what they are yet, do I? I haven't done my 4th step. I haven't done my 5th step. I don't know what my defects and guilts and insanities are. I know that there are things that are dreadfully wrong with me, but I don't know what they are, because I haven't done the work yet to find out. Take away my difficulties, that victory over them may bear witness. Make me an example. To those I would help, of Thy power, Thy love, and Thy way of life. And always, 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 I wanted you to be aware of my power, and what a wonderful, loving person I was, and how admirable my way of life was, and I've just turned that completely around. I'm asking God to make me an example of His power, His love, and His way of life working in and through me, so I can be helpful to others. And that they may, God willing, want what I have, and be willing to do the things which I did to get what I've got. Exactly as we read in chapter 5 at every meeting. And then finally, may I do Thy will always. And we're going to see this over and over and over again. There's a very interesting sidelight to this. If you look on page 76, you will find the 7-step prayer. And you will find, if you read it carefully and then compare it with the 3rd step prayer, that they're identical. The language is different, but the same meaning is there. But what's the difference? The difference is simple. By the time we get to the 7th step, we know what's wrong with us because we've done the work to find out. And now in the seventh step, when we take these defects to God, we know what the heck we're talking about. We've not only written them down, but we have admitted them. And now when we ask God to take away those defects which stand in the way of our usefulness to Him and our fellows, we know what we're asking Him to take away, because we've done the work. And when you read it that way, you begin to see how each of these steps builds for the ones that come after it and relies upon the ones that came before. In any event, what happened was that I began my fourth step, and I could go on for hours about this, because I'm so convinced about this program and these steps that I've done my best to learn them, and my memory is pretty good about how my sponsors took me through them. But there were a lot of highlights along the way. I remember one day I said, "Joe, what is this business of one day at a time? Sounds pretty mundane to me." I like to use those kind of words. I mean, after all, it's obvious that we only have one day. What's the big deal about that? And he said, "Well, there are a lot of different ways of looking at that." And he said, Bill Wilson writes that one day at a time means that we're not to repine over the past, that is to regret the past or to foolishly daydream about the future, but we're to live in today. He said, for us, we've got a little different way of looking at it. We believe that one day at a time means this, and that every night when you go to bed, we want you to be able to hold up your one hand and count them off. Today I went to a meeting. Today I prayed. Today I meditated. Today I took inventory. And today I worked with another alcoholic. They said, that's one day at a time. And if you do that every day from now on, you will never drink again. You will be in God's pocket. You will be in His arms. Nothing will be able to touch you. You'll have His armor. And if you don't do those things, you will be like so many who get to a certain point and quit. You'll be like so many who could not stay and remain disciplined in the working of their program, because the big book tells us that we are undisciplined people. We have to let God discipline us. I remember my first baby, that's what we called them in, babies. By the way, this word pigeon, it came from a bunch of guys in Chicago. It wasn't, the idea wasn't to demean the newcomer or the person we're working with. Their idea was that the pigeon was the next to carry the message. And of course, these days, you get all these wise guys coming and saying, well, don't come, you pigeon, I'll shit on your head and stuff like that. But we called them babies. And I had my first baby, and I was scared to death. I shouldn't have been. But by this time, Joe and Bud had so punctured my ego that I really had to start over again. Good thing they did, right? I mean, God bless them. They did exactly what they needed to do. Because you see, what I found out, guys, is everything I knew when I got here was wrong. I had to start over again. And I haven't had original thought since I got here. Everything I know and everything that I believe and everything I do is what I have learned here, either through the book or through other people or through my own experience. And so when I had that first sponsee, that first baby, this was a young man who wasn't real sure he wanted to be where he was. And I went to Joe and I said, this guy, I'm not sure about him. Should I push him a little bit? And he said, no. Didn't you read the book, Jim? They're always doing that to me. Didn't you read your book? In your book. It says, if he is to find God, the desire must come from within. So why don't you just see what happens? Be an example and see if he wants to follow your example. I did, and he did, and we went on through the steps, and as far as I know, this guy is still sober and alive today. I guess it was about the time I had my first birthday, somewhere in there. I had a law partner who went sour, and I tried to help him, and what a fiasco that was. Oh man, he didn't want to hear anything I had to say. And by the time I got through butchering that 12-step work, I called out the heavy guns, you know, the big troops to come in and try to save my bacon there. But my partner wasn't having any of that. He had to go a long way further before he finally surrendered. But this has been a wonderful adventure. I have done things I would never have done. Someday, if you want, I'll tell you about how it's been in sobriety for me. I've lived in Colombia. I've set up meetings down in Colombia. I lived down it for several years. I did business with the cocaine mafia. I set up a racing team, and we raced at Indianapolis and all around. We built cars. I've had, I lived in Vegas and had a business out there where we were making silver commemorative coins and selling them over the phone and all kinds of crap like that. I've had a farm in Illinois. I built houses, or tried to build out houses in Atlanta, Georgia. I've opened whatever doors open, I've gone through it, and some of them slammed right in my face, and a couple of them broke my toes on the way out. But I have to tell you, I got more guts in the slaughterhouse now, I believe. Even when I went to prison, I told you guys about that the other day. And after about 5 minutes of pure terror, getting shackled and led off from my bank, I just turned to God, and I said, literally turned to God, and I said, God, I can't handle this. This is up to you. All I'm going to do now is exactly what I have to do, but I'm going to let you have the result. And I managed to keep it that way all the way through that ordeal. I wish I had more time, because I love to talk about this stuff, but I'm going to give you, I'm going to tell you about an alcoholic that I heard about, and see if this sounds familiar to you. This alcoholic walked up to this door, see, and he opened up the door. And inside that door was a 900-pound gorilla with a baseball bat. And it just beat the crap out of him. And then he shoved him back out the door. This alcoholic recovered from all those injuries. The first thing he did was go right back to that same door and open up again. There was that same gorilla, beat the crap out of him again. Shoved him back out the door. He recovered. He went back again. He opened up that door and the gorilla wasn't there, so he went looking for him. Not touch the thing. I have a senior moment now and then, guys, so forgive me for that. My name is Jim. I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, Jim.
Everybody, I'm a member of the Stairway Group of Alcoholics Anonymous. We meet every Saturday at the 101 Club at 1:30 in the afternoon for a sponsorship workshop, at 7:30 for a great book study, and at 9:15 we study the language of the heart together. So that group has 3 meetings on Saturday. My sobriety date is December 20th, 1964. I've been sober through the grace of God since that time. I'm a very grateful person, as you can well understand. Last week, I had an opportunity to share with you a little bit about what happened to me, and I have a number of sponsees who over the years have assured me that my drinking story is very boring, and they're probably right. It wasn't particularly boring to me, but I don't have a whole lot of drama and trauma. I did spend the last 2 months of drinking in a situation which was very bad, very life-threatening. And at the end of that time, I knew I was going to die. I knew I could not continue to live if I didn't stop drinking. And I could not stop drinking. And it came through to me loud and clear that if I had one more seizure, it would probably be my last. So I asked God for help, and God helped me right away. The obsession to drink was removed at that time and has never come back. Next day I found myself in AA, and last week I told you a little bit about what happened there. I was the most blessed of people, most blessed of men, and the luckiest and most fortunate, because just deaf, dumb, blind, and stupid, I walked into a meeting and I walked out with probably two of the greatest sponsors who ever lived. They chose me. I didn't have sense enough to choose them. Father Joe had helped write the big book, so he was pretty well up on what was going on, and Admiral Bud Scholes had been sponsored by Bill, so those two guys really knew what they were doing, and I was so fortunate, so blessed to have them. And what happened, of course, was that they taught me right from the beginning the steps, the big book, and recovery as it came and as it's revealed in the big book. And over again over the years I have been accused of being a big book thumper, and I say thank you very much for that, because that's exactly what I am. I'm not trying not to hit you over the head with it. But other than that, yes. I've been accused of being a bleeding deacon. I say thank you for that too, because I think I know what you mean. I bleed AA. During the time that I was sober, there were a number of things that happened in my sobriety. Two of these things stuck out in my mind and still do today, and continuously give me impetus to continue to carry the message. Both of my younger brothers, they're very dear to me, and both of them died of alcoholism after I'd been sober for quite a while. And in both cases, for both of them, I called it every big gun I could think of. And at that time out in California, all the big guns were out there, and they all tried to help. But Pat and Jerry wanted nothing to do with us, and they both died of this disease. And that killed my mother, and then that killed my father. So I saw this disease in its worst, absolute worst aspects. I don't ever take alcoholism anything but deadly serious. And when I talk to you and when I share with you what's happened with me and what I believe it from the bottom of my heart. And in the last 37 and a half years, I've taken over 2,000 people through the steps. And I have watched this program work for those people. Some of them are here tonight, and they can tell you that these steps work, and this big book works, and there isn't any reason why anybody in this room ever has to drink or drug again. Not one single solitary reason. And everything we need for recovery is right here. It's been given to us. We're graced with it. It doesn't cost us a dime. All we have to do is pick up the book, find somebody who knows what they're doing, and work the steps. That's all. I shared with you last week a little bit about how Father Joe and Bud had taken me through the first 3 steps. And tonight, I have an option. I could go through, show you how they had me work the rest of the steps. But I kind of made the comment last week, and everybody took me up on it, that I've never really had an opportunity to share in sharing my story what's happened to me in sobriety. It's been an odyssey. It's been an incredible journey. Things have happened for me and to me and with me and around that absolutely I could never have imagined in my wildest dreams. As most of you remember, I was a lawyer. I practiced law in Beverly Hills, and I was practicing law when I got sober. And I continue to do so for the next 10 years, 11 years. During that time, however, I was in sobriety, and I was learning, and I was growing, and my kids, I was a single father, and my children they were AA brats, and they were coming into meetings with me 3-4 times a week, and then into Alateen. And they got into the steps themselves, got real snotty about it. You can imagine. But nevertheless, all three of them learned their AA lessons, learned their 12-step lessons, and still know them today. Both of my daughters are heavyweights in Al-Anon. One of them is about a 9th degree black belt, I think. I pity both of their husbands greatly. They've learned all the lessons of the Little Sisters of Vengeance. And my son went his own way, but he's done very well. He started out pounding metal in a body shop, and he ended up owning the shop, and now he owns 9 of them. And I don't know how much money that kid has. He's not a kid anymore, but one of these days I may decide to borrow some from him. He raises these funny little dogs. I can't watch Shih Tzus or something like that. What are they? Is that right? Anyway, and he's got his own deal going. But I'm proud of those kids, and I give AA and the 12 steps a great deal of credit, because I was trying to practice law, and I was trying to raise those kids, and I was trying to do my AA thing, and my sponsors did not believe in sitting around waiting for osmosis to settle in. They put me to work and kept me there. Thank God they did. But it all worked out. You know what happened was the 4 of us learned how to deal with life together. My daughters learned how to cook and take care of the house, and they got their responsibilities, and they did them. They might have grumbled some of the time, but it got done. I love that way of life, and I love what AA does, not only for us, but these 12 steps are for everybody. Because the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous are not something which was made up by Bill Wilson or a bunch of guys sitting around figuring out what they were going to do, how they were going to go out and impress the rest of the world. These 12 steps are spiritual principles which have been around forever. But there's a major difference. You can find all of these principles if you go to religious writings, if you go to the Bible or the Koran or the Talmud or some of the Eastern writings. You'll find the same principles. But the big difference is that for us, the 12 steps are the same spiritual principles, but they are restated as steps of action. Just think about that. We don't have to wonder how to incorporate these spiritual principles into our lives. All we have to do is do the work. Follow directions. What's the 12 steps say? Practice these principles in all my affairs. It's a way of life. Big Book says that the spiritual life is not a theory. We have to live it. Now, an awful lot of things happened for me, and when I came in, everything I knew that when I got here was wrong. I had to start all over again. I'd learned how to live all over again. I'd learned right from wrong. I had to learn how to be self-aware, and I never knew how to do that. I had to learn how to deal with people, how to get along with people. I had to learn how to give love without demanding anything in return. I had to learn how to be tolerant and understanding. I had to learn how to be disciplined and consistent, to lay out a day's effort and then follow through on it. I had to learn how to keep my word. I had to learn how to be honest, not just with you, but especially with myself. And I had to learn that it was in fact possible to turn my life and my will over to the care of a loving God, and day by day by day keep it there. I learned that I am, and I suspect all of you are, very willful, self-centered people. I know I am. I know that my nature is to be self-centered. I know that when information comes to me, I want to sort it out to see if this is good or bad, whether I can ignore it or just let it be. But it goes no further. I know that I have the tools in the Big Book and in the steps to stay in a state of surrender, to stay out of self. I can go through the day each day, and I do, with things like this, sometimes out loud. God, what do you want me to do next? God, what is my next step to be? Thy will, not mine, be done. And I never forget when we say the Lord's Prayer together and we say, thy will be done. We're not giving God permission, we're stating a fact that his will is going to be done whether we like it or not. I found out that in meditation was the time of surrender for me, and I think it is for all of us when we learn good meditation. And most important, I found out that the way I stay out of self is to be willing to be helpful to you without expecting a thing in the world back. And every time I'm willing to turn my thoughts to somebody I can help, I get out of my own head. And I found out this too, that when I'm buried in my head, that's a perfect definition of insanity. All those thoughts are racing around in there in collision with each other, and there's no kind of resolution whatsoever until I write it down and get it sorted out. And when I get it down on paper and I talk to somebody about it, then I can see what needs to be done. I invented this little ditty. The more you write, the better you feel. The more you write, the better you feel. Nobody taught me that. I apologize for that if it offends anyone. It's literally so, isn't it, Jimmy? The more you write, the better you feel. So many people know that now. Because you see, this is the antithesis of being buried in self, isn't it? The moment we get this stuff out of our heads and down on paper, something happens there. We've exhausted it from our heads, and we can look at what's there, and then we can do something about it. And if we don't do that, we just keep on going crazier and crazier. I found out that it was deadly to allow alcoholism to continue to be untreated, and that every day I had to be aware that this was the primary responsibility, was to stay in God's pocket so that I would never again have to suffer from untreated alcoholism, as I see so many around the rooms all the time these days. Hanging on by fingernails, braving it out, big smile on the face, everything is wonderful. Just don't drink and go to meetings, and if you don't drink, everything will change. Balderdash. This isn't about not drinking, never has been. It's about finding God and surrendering to God and doing God's will. That's the whole program. And it doesn't have a thing in the world to do with don't drink. Because don't drink just happens to be one of the things that happens when we find God and get in his pocket. We don't even have an obsession, compulsion at all to drink. It's gone, taken away. So I learned all of this stuff. Found out about myself. I work in the 4-step, and when I worked the 4-step, guess what? I found out what over all of those years had not worked. I found out what had caused my failures in life. The failures, especially my relationship failures. I'm not talking about sex relations necessarily. I'm talking about relationships with all people. I found out what had caused my failures in all aspects of my life. Even though I considered myself to be a pretty successful guy at that point, still, once I did my 4-step, I found out what didn't work. And then what my sponsor said, okay, now you know what didn't work. Now you're going to start doing what will work. And if you do what will work, your whole life will change. So that's the whole thing. That's what we're doing here. Find out what didn't work and start doing what will work. I found out when I did my 4-step that I was blocked from God, and I didn't think I was. I thought I had a pretty good connection with the old boy. The truth of the matter is I was blocked by defects of character and by insanity and by guilt and remorse and shame, and I had to be free of those things. And doing my 4-step, I found out what they were. And then these guys got me, they double-teamed me in the 5th step. And that was an adventure, believe me. Because it was like good guy, bad guy, good cop, bad cop. Man, they whipsawed me back. They wouldn't let me get away with anything. This thing went on for about 12 hours, and I have to tell you, I was wrung out when we got through. I asked him, aren't you guys tired? He said, no, we've been having fun. But what the big book told me was going to happen did happen. My fears were gone. I had developed a high degree of humility and honesty, and I had courage now. My fears had been taken from me. I felt like I was having a spiritual awakening, a spiritual experience. I felt close to God. And for one thing, I felt real sure by that time that the drink problem had disappeared. This was in the 5th step. And I realize now, since all this time has passed, that that's not all unusual. It happens quite often. We get tremendous results from properly done 5th step. I got through with my 5th step. 6th step was easy. I'd already decided to get rid of all that stuff that was killing me, that I couldn't get rid of myself and I needed God's help with. So I did that, and I took the 7-step prayer and I asked Him to take this stuff away. I already done my 8-step list when I did my 4-step. I had to add a couple of names, and I had to write down what I was going to do to make amends, and then pass it by my sponsors, and they didn't agree on half the stuff, and they showed me what I was supposed to do. Made sure I understood that I had said I would go to any lengths for victory over alcohol and to make a complete surrender. And then they showed me what it says in the Big Book, because I was still new. You know, you got to remember that this was all happening. I was about 35, 38 days sober at this point. And in the Big Book on page 77, it's speaking directly to us, you know, to we who are new. At the moment, it says we're trying to put our lives in order. But this is not an end in itself. It says our real purpose is to fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and the people about us. Now, when I read that, and I asked Father Joe about it, he said, now look here. He said, most people are born, and life's a bitch, and they die. And so what? Where was the purpose in their life? Was the purpose of life to steal as much pleasure and fun and happiness as possible, to get as much ease and comfort as possible, to arrange as much sex as possible? No. We need to have a purpose in life. He said, we do. We in AA have a purpose. To fit ourselves to be of maximum service to God and the people about us, and then to go and do it, and to stay fit, and to stay able and ready and willing to carry this message to others. To be the messenger for God, to be the example of His power working in our lives so that we can be helpful to others. This is our mission. It's a holy mission, Bill Wilson called it. Then I learned, too, that there was something which had to happen in order for me to stay sober and to continue to grow spiritually. I had to get disciplined. It was essential to be willing to set a standard of my conduct and to follow through on it, an agenda. And I asked my sponsors, what is this one day at a time? They said, it means that today you went to a meeting. And he said, and today you prayed, and today you meditated, and today you took inventory, and today you worked for another alcoholic. He said, if you do that each day from now on, you'll never drink again, and you'll continue to grow spiritually, and you'll stay in God's pocket if you do that. And so I took that seriously, and for the most part I've been able to do that. They showed me the 10th and 11th steps as being those steps where I would grow spiritually, and I would continue to take inventory, and I would continue to seek to improve my conscious contact with God. They taught me to pray and to meditate, and they taught me to meditate in this sense only. That if I were to go to you, for example, and if I were to say to you, please sit down, I have a very important question to ask you, and I really need an answer to this, and I need your help. And then I ask you the question. And while you're thinking of the answer and getting ready to help me, I turn my back and walk away. You say, well, you got to be nuts. Wasn't that what we do when we pray and ask God, and then we don't wait and listen for the answer? That's what we do when we meditate. We listen for the answer. And this is what I was taught. And then we spent a lot of time on that 12-step, and they taught me an awful lot about being a sponsor By the way, I have to admit this, I got a little bit of a problem with this term temporary sponsor. I think that's an oxymoron, but I'm not sure. I can't quite figure out what a temporary sponsor is supposed to be. I suppose you're either a sponsor or you're not. But the whole idea of temporary kind of rubs me the wrong way. I can't imagine what that might be. Anyway, that's just me. So my sponsors got me started. By my 47th day of sobriety, I was working my 11th step, keeping my journal. And I was off and running. And I had my first babies, we called them babies back then, when I was about 3 or 4 months sober. And from then on, it's been just constant. And it's been a life beyond anything anyone could ever. I'll tell you something. If I had $10 billion, I could not buy what I have received simply by continuing to do the work as it's laid out, following the directions in the big book, and making every effort to be faithful to God's will and to carry His message and to be in the state of surrender as much as possible. And this is just it. And I don't know why. There's something that goes, there's a dynamic involved here, guys. When we're doing what we're supposed to do, things work. I was taught that I had to get myself completely out of the way of results. Now, if you know, we have several examples of that in the big book, but perhaps the most important one we find on page 68, where the big book is talking about the remedy for fears. And it tells us this, that so long as we do what we believe God would have us and humbly rely upon Him, does He enable us to match calamity with serenity. In other words, it's very simple. Do what's in front of me to be done. Do what I believe God would have me do. But for goodness sakes, let God have the result. Don't try to force anything to happen anymore. Don't try to force it to be my will, but let it be His will. And every time I can remember to do that, amazing things happen. I was talking to a friend of mine today, and he said, you know, there's one thing I've noticed about you. When you say that you're going to trust God and let Him have the result, you really mean it, don't you? And I said, sure. Because I've learned that that's the only thing that works. It's the only thing that works. Every time I try to force my life, I get myself another jackpot. I say, why in the world did I do it? Just like the guy who found himself at the bar drinking. He said, how the hell did I get here? What am I doing? This is crazy. Get out of the way, Jim. Let God have the result. And when I do that, it works. Well, all of this prepared me for a new life, and I've had it. I've had a new life. I've had things in my life. Let me give you a few examples of what's happened. While I'd only been sober a short time. I was practicing law in Beverly Hills, and a man named Carroll Shelby came into my office. Carroll Shelby, some of you may have heard of. He's a great race driver, and he's the guy who developed the Shelby Cobra and the GT40 and some very fine race cars, and he's associated with Ford, has been for a long time. Carroll Shelby was at that time retired from racing, but he was building a new sports car called the Shelby Cobra, using a Ford engine and an AC Bristol body. And he came and he said, I'm going to open up a new factory out in Santa Monica. I'm getting out of Pico Rivera, and people want my cars. Will you give me a hand here? And I said, sure. So I became his general counsel. And this went on, and it was building very rapidly. Shelby came to me one day and he said, I think we got to deal with Goodyear. I want you to go back to Akron and talk to the people at Goodyear and see what you can put together. So I flew back to Cleveland, and the people from Goodyear sent a car up and brought me down to Akron. And we sat there and cut a deal, and I was the president and chairman of the board and the chief counsel and the head accountant for Goodyear. And they said, we've got a president's discretionary fund. We want to beat out Firestone. We want to be the tires on American racetracks. And so we're going to put up at least $3 million, and you guys are going to build us a race team, and you're going to go racing at Indianapolis and on the USAC circuit. So I went back and told Shelby, I said, you want to really do this? He said, sure, let's do it. So we brought in Dan Gurney and a couple other people, and you know, these were people who were all heroes of mine at the time, but here I am, rubbing elbows with them. Dan and I went over to England, and we met with the Colin Chapman, who was the head of Lotus over there, and we talked to him, and we hired away the guy who designed his cars and the guy who ran his body shop, and we brought him back to Santa Ana, and we built a shop there, and we started designing the first monocoque race car in the United States, called American Eagle. And this went on. We finally ended up with a race team, and I ended up being the team manager every weekend going to the races. I became known as the hatchet man because I just put my old Marine training to work, and on the track you have to be a little bit tough. And so one day, John Frankenheimer came to my office and he said, I want to do a movie which I'm going to call the Grand Prix, and I understand from Shelby that you know a little bit about cars. He said, how about setting this thing up for me? So John had me go to Europe for him, and I went to each of the manufacturers, and I got them to release to me the specifications on their new cars that were coming out the next year. And then I went to all of the Grand Prix tracks in Europe and South Africa and so forth, and got them set up so that we could go in and shoot. And then James Garner was brought in as the principal star, and we went to the whole Grand Prix circuit the next year and made the movie The Grand Prix. Some of you may have seen it. And this was all of this was just falling in my lap. And I'd been just doing, you know, donkey kind of stuff as far as law work was concerned. And all of a sudden, all of these things began to open up for me. Everywhere I went, I was going to meetings. And it was incredible what I was finding. I could sit in a meeting that was being conducted in German, and I could understand 90% of it. I don't know a thing about German. But you know, the big book, we translated, and you begin to hear it a little bit, and I know the big book pretty well, so I didn't have any problem with that. And in Spanish, and in French, and in South Africa, in Dutch, was weird, man. I could be in these meetings and I felt right at home, and I was never, ever, ever treated with anything except the greatest courtesy wherever I went. And so I really got an understanding of the worldwide emphasis of AA. I've been in AA in 18 different foreign countries, in almost every state in the United States. Now here again, this is something that I didn't plan, and I couldn't have planned it. God has granted me this most wonderful kind of adventure life. I remember this was pretty interesting. At least it was to me. I'd gotten into the thoroughbred horse business. I sold my law practice, and I came to Florida. I was a member of Little River in 1980 when they were up above the McDonald's area, a little dinky room, maybe 20 people at a meeting. You should see it now. I mean, it's a total madhouse now, but that time it was a pretty reasonable place. We had these small meetings, and I got into the thoroughbred horse business, and we were selling thoroughbred horses right and left. That was the big boom in thoroughbreds. And we ended up with 2 farms in Ocala and 2 farms in Lexington and 40 horses on the track and a whole bunch of people who were investing in horses. And so it was really, and it just boomed. It went boom like that, from nothing to this incredible business. And running around all over the country bidding at the auctions and buying horses and stuff. Now, in the meantime, I have to tell you that there were ladies who came along. You know, I've been single since I've been sober, and there's probably a connection here somewhere, because I'm not sure that anybody could really put up with me for that length of time. But there have been some beautiful ladies in my life. None of them, by the way, were members of the fellowship. I didn't plan it that way, it's just the way it worked out. But I found out something very interesting, this kind of a little sidelight, but I found out that if two people are together and one is growing spiritually and the other is not, they're going to grow apart. And it's inevitable. I don't know any way that you can remedy that situation. So anyway, what happened, I went down to Colombia and I was going to buy some racehorses down there because I got this bright idea that they were really turning in some great times down there at a high altitude. And I was going to come back with a bunch of Colombian racehorses and just wipe everybody out here, you know, all this grandiose crap. So I went down there and got to know the people in the thoroughbred business down at the track, and I found out that they were a bunch of little rats. All of them are a couple hundred pounds underweight. None of them they didn't have a farrier down there worth a name. And I couldn't figure out how in the world they were even getting around the track, but they were. So, in the meantime, somebody took me to a horse show, and I saw the Colombian Paso Finos. I fell in love with those horses. God, they're beautiful. See, the Paso Fino is a breed which has been kept immaculate for 450 years. These are the horses that came with the conquistadors, and they have never been interbred with other horses. It's the same strain that came over from Spain, and they're Arab and Barb and Andalusian. They're great, great horses, and they have this wonderful gait. You can sit on them and go 25 miles, and you never move. You're just like riding in your Cadillac. Incredible animals. So I got interested in these horses, and I got the bright idea, maybe I can bring some of these Paso Finos to the United States and find a market for them here. Well, here was the problem and the opportunity. All the best Paso Finos are owned by the cocaine mafia, the narco-traficantes. Now, gringos are not welcome down there very much anyway, much less going to see these guys. So it took me a while, but I finally weaseled my way in. And I got an invitation from Don Fabio Ochoa, who was the godfather of the whole mess down there in Medellin, and come down to his finca and talk to him and look at some of his horses. So I did. It was interesting because his farm, his finca, his ranch is up on a hill. There's a winding road going up to it. To get through the gate, there's 3 or 4 guys down there with MAC-10s and shotguns and 2 real nasty dogs. Once they let you in, every 20 feet along this winding driveway was somebody standing there with a gun. I mean, he had about 200 people in his army. And so I finally got up, and then I'd never met this guy before, but here he was, a great big old fat guy. And he welcomed me, and he brought me in to see his horses. And we got to be pretty good friends. Now his sons they were top of the heap. Jorge Ochoa, his oldest son, was Pablo Escobar, and he were the 2 guys who were running the whole shebang down there. And they had big prices on their heads. And these people are incredible people because they're so wealthy. They have so much money, and most of it in cash. I mean, like billions. And yet they still live very simply. And they don't think there's anything wrong with what they do. Medellin, which is the headquarters of this bunch, is the state of Antioquia. And Antioquia, they've been smugglers there for 400 years. This is what they do, they smuggle. And they don't care what they smuggle. As long as somebody's going to buy it, they'll smuggle it. And so they don't attach any kind of moral significance to what they do. There is, of course, the legal problem that what they're doing is highly illegal everywhere. But that doesn't bother me doing that. That's their heritage. And so finally I got to a point where I could go there anytime I wanted, and Don Fabio introduced me around. He introduced me to Don Daigo Chica, who was Daigo Chica was an interesting guy too, because he's the foremost rejonador in all of South America. That means a bullfighter on horseback. And I used to go over to his place and watch him training his Andalusians to fight with the bulls. And then they were always having these tiendas where they bring in the young calves to see if they were brave or not. And they'd always have famous matadors, and they'd invite a few people. I got invited to those things too. And I started buying their horses. And I got my own vet, and I had my vet checking them out, and it got to a point where I could go down there anytime I wanted. But then one day, oh boy, it scared me to death. Because you see, the American Embassy knew what I was doing, and they kept calling me in and saying, "You got to tell us what you find." I said, "No, I'm not. This embassy is as leaky as a sieve." The first time anybody thought that I was any kind of a spy, I'm dead. They'll kill me. So I didn't say anything, and they knew it. But I got a call one day and said, "Don't come down to Medellin. The word is out that you're a DEA agent." I said, "Tilt. Whew, wow. Maybe I better get the next plane out of this country." So I called Don Fabio, and he said, no, he said, yeah, this was kind of a put down. He said, no, he said, I know you're not, you're too old. So he said, let me straighten it out, and then call me back, and it should be a couple of weeks. I'll put the word out, you're okay. Which he did, and the next time I went down there, I got to tell you, I was looking all around, because I didn't know what one of those screwy cowboys might do, just who hadn't gotten the word yet. But it worked out okay. But here's something really interesting that happened down there. There was all kinds of stuff going on. It was really an adventure. But one day, I've been going to meetings all the time, especially in Bogota, and I ran into a guy named Father Jerome. He was a Jesuit priest who was a missionary father, and he's also one of us. So we got talking, and he said, you know, there are 2 or 3 towns here in Colombia that don't have AA. Would you like to help me set up AA groups? And I said, sure. Come on, Jerry, let's go do it. He says, okay, well, first we're gonna go to Leticia. And boy, I said, well, why do you want to go there? He said, well, they don't have AA there. That's a good place to start. And I said, okay, well now Leticia, this is a crazy place. It's right down the headwaters of the Amazon, and it's a crossroads for all the cocaine, the paste and stuff coming through and going up into the jungle to be processed. And it's a Wild West town. A lot of people, a whole bunch of people down there walk around with guns strapped to their hips. And when you're trying to sleep at night, the jaguars and the bull crocodiles are out there roaring, and I mean and the 2 hotels are really pretty crappy. But anyway, we said, well, let's see what we can do. So we hired a room in a hotel, a little banquet room. We put an ad in the local paper, which in effect said, if you're having trouble with alcohol, come to a free seminar on Saturday at this hotel. And we figured 10, 12 people might show up. Would you believe that 300 people showed up that day? 300! Good Lord. And out of that 330 of them formed the first group in Leticia. They're still going. I hear from Jerry all the time. And so we did that. We figured this will work here, it'll work anywhere. So we went to 5 more towns in Colombia and did exactly the same thing, and it worked just as well wherever we tried it. Now I know we don't advertise or anything, you know, no promotion, but I wouldn't have traded that method for anything. We didn't have the time to be running around in the bars trying to get people interested in becoming AA members. We needed to move fast, so that worked good. It was quite an adventure, and it showed me. Let me tell you what the lesson I got out of this was that there's so much more, you see, that we can do than what we're doing. Because we get so buried in our own affairs and the things that are going on with us, that we forget that we have a responsibility to carry this message. And yet, whenever we get off our duff and go do it, the rewards are so incredible. There are people in this room right now I know who do an awful lot of work like that, and I know what the results are for them. I mean, you want to have your heritage, which is to be happy, joyous, and free, work for it. We can't just sit back and wait for the stuff to come. We have to put the effort into it. But it's not a chore, you see. I mean, it's not a terrible thing. It's a wonderful thing because we have the opportunity and we have been empowered to do this. When we have reached our 12th step, we are empowered to carry this message, and we'll have the opportunity to do it. And every time we get off our duff and go do it, there are wonderful things that happen. One of the things I suppose that is so important for us to remember is that we must never say no. Here, let me tell you why I say that. I believe that every opportunity we receive for service is God-given and God-directed. I'm not about to second-guess it. And I will say yes. And I don't fall for this stuff about you're supposed to balance your life. Anytime I hear somebody get up here and say, I'm balancing my life, I give them about 6 weeks before they drink again. Why? It's very simple. The moment I say I'm going to balance my life, I'm taking charge of my life, that's exactly the opposite of what we must do. That's the opposite of surrender, isn't it? It means that we've decided to put ourselves first and God second. But every time that we are willing to accept as God's will those things which happen and then go with it, gee, it works. Say, wow, this keeps right on working. If I just get the hell out of the way, let God have His way with me. What did we say in our 3rd step prayer? To build with me and to do with me as thou wilt. What do we mean by that? If we don't mean it exactly as it sounds, it doesn't mean anything. It's either complete surrender or it's not. One of the things I was taught, and it never left me, is that in our big book, the big book is filled with what the philosophers call categorical imperatives. That means absolutes. And modern AA, New Age AA would have us believe that really we need to look at comparative stuff. Comparative this, comparative that. This might be okay for here, but we can hedge over here and so on. The big book never does that. It always tells us exactly how the cow ate the cabbage. It tells us exactly and precisely what they did to recover. And they never vary from that, and they never vary from the assertion that they believe and absolutely believe and wholeheartedly, and I believe they're right, that if we will follow exactly what they did, precisely what they did, we too will recover. And that's the truth. And sometimes it's hard to do that because being human, we love it when somebody comes to us with an easier, softer way. When somebody shows us that there's another way to do these steps that doesn't follow the big book, but don't worry about it. 1 step a year, some places they're doing now. How in the world does anybody stay sober doing that? I can't imagine. 1 step a month, where does that come from? Another one I heard the other day, and it amazed me. It doesn't matter how you do the steps so long as you do them. Oh. Well, maybe, I guess there are people who escape that way and it works for them. But boy, I sure wouldn't trust my life and my spirit and my soul to that. What I want to do, and I've done, and what I ask others to do and work with, is to figure out that the couple of million people who have already recovered utilizing these 12 steps must not have been wrong. There's something right about this. We don't have to, we don't have to worry as we did, that we might have done in 1939, whether these guys knew what the hell they were talking about. You take it with a big grain of salt. How can we do that now? Look at the record. Look at what's happened. Look at 140 or 150 countries now where we have the AA program. Look at the millions upon millions of members worldwide. Look at the recoveries that are going on. Look at the 50 or so other 12-step groups which are formed around the 12 steps. What's happening here? Why is it that we insist that we have to to do it differently? Why is it that we insist that we know better? Why is it that we insist that it is not true and cannot be true that the 12 steps were divinely inspired as they are written? Maybe because we don't want to have to do that. Maybe because we don't really want to have to look at ourselves. Maybe because it is our nature not to be honest with ourselves. Maybe because we've been running from ourselves all our lives and hiding behind booze and drugs to dull the pain. Maybe because we're afraid of sobriety, because sobriety brings commitment. Sobriety brings change, and maybe we're afraid of that. I'm not sure what it all is, but there's one question I would always ask myself. How valuable is my spirit? How valuable is my soul? Am I willing to consign my spirit to the junk heap of life? Do I think so little of the spirit within me that I'm willing to ignore what I must do in order to fill that spirit with God? Am I willing to just drift until it is time to cash out? Because that's exactly what will happen. And so many people answer that question, yes I am. I don't want to do this thing. I'm afraid of it. I'm not willing to face myself. It's too painful. I'm not willing to face the things I have done. It's too painful. I'm not willing to face the people I have done those things to. It's too painful. I'm not willing to pay back what I owe. It's too painful. I'd never make it. What I really want is to find a way to be able to drink and drug successfully. And I'm going to do everything I can to try to do that. And after I've been sober or clean for a while, I'm going to tell myself, well, I got it made now. Now I can go on. Now I know I can control it. Now I know that I can have just go out and have some fun. How can a person have any fun if they're not able to drink and drug? What kind of a life can you have when you have to sit around and be dull and glum and boring with a bunch of old AA people who don't know what it even means to laugh? And that's such all utter nonsense. Most of the people who are in here today and have been around for a while will tell you they've never had so much happiness in their lives. Never had so much joy in their lives. Big Book says something I believe in absolutely. We absolutely insist upon enjoying life. Abraham Lincoln said, you know, that I reckon a man is about as happy as he wants to be. So the odyssey of recovery for me has been an adventure. There are a number of other, I've done so many other things. I never know what's going to happen next. And I'll tell you what's happened. I've come to believe that it's absolutely so, that when a door opens, I can just walk through it. And if it doesn't work out, I walk back out. And I don't worry about it. I meet people that way. I form friendships that way that are incredible. So I'm not afraid. I figured out a long time ago that every time I'm afraid I'm insulting God. What I'm really saying is, God, I don't trust you. I think some of you know that one of my latest adventures was 5 months in a federal prison. And I went to prison. I was arrested and tried and convicted and imprisoned when I was 70 years old. And 32, 33 years sober. And I'd never been arrested before in my life. I'd been in plenty of prisons as a lawyer, but never had those bars closed behind me that I couldn't get out. And this was a major adventure. And I'm telling you, when I first got arrested, I was scared to death. I'd heard all the stories. But about 5 minutes after I was arrested, I said, God, I'm not even going to try to handle this. This is for you. I'm going to let you have it. I'm going to keep my head down, my mouth shut, and do whatever I need to do, but I'm going to trust you, and I did, and I spent the next 5 months doing that. It worked out just fine. Just in case you might think I'm some kind of horrible felon, I'll tell you what happened very briefly. I had been in business with a guy who was also sponsee, and I had done his fourth and fifth step with him, and in the process that I've learned about certain criminal activities he's engaged in. I was subpoenaed by the federal government to testify before a federal grand jury, and some of the things he wanted to know was what I knew about his criminal activities, and I refused to tell him. And so I was arrested and imprisoned and tried for contempt. And they stuck me away for 5 months, and they wanted to keep me another year and a half, but the judge finally got to it, and he said, whoa, wait a second, we're not going to do this. This is ridiculous. And he let me go. I got to tell you, though, that walking into that prison and getting to know my fellow inmates was something else again. One thing I got to tell you. If you got to go to prison, be old. Some of you guys probably know. I walked in there and they say, hey, Pops. Well, in prison, Pops is a very special category, and they don't bug you too much. You get to be kind of like the elder statesman. The thing is, you got to listen to everybody's story about why they're innocent. About halfway through this adventure, a friend of mine sent me a soft-cover big book. I was out there reading it in the Day area. Two guys came over and said, what are you doing? I said, I'm reading a big book. What's a big book? Alcoholics Anonymous. Oh, yeah? They got interested. Before long, I had a meeting every day, 5, 6, 7 guys. Got out of that big book. I said, thank you, God. Maybe that's the reason I'm here. That's a dirty trick, though, God. Very dirty trick. Oh, boy. Linda, I don't want to run over here, Kim. You know, this is the kind of stuff, I just keep talking forever. God has given me so much, but that's part of it. What I guess the message, if there is one, and I've just been rambling around here, but the message is, you want a damn good life, you want to be happy, joyous, and free, you want to have adventures, you want to be free of fear, you want to be able to go and do things, no matter what they are, no matter how afraid you might have been in the past, you want to be able to do these things without any fear of drinking and drug, and knowing that you're completely free of that. Work the steps, stick around, trust God, and you will be able to do it too. I know, because that's what's happened for me. Thank you very much.
Accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Amen. And Alcoholics Anonymous is a fellowship of men and women who share their experience, strength, and hope with each other. They may solve their common problem and help others recover from alcoholism. The only requirement for membership is the desire to stop drinking. And there are no dues or fees for a membership. We are self-supporting to our own contributions. And AA is not allied to any sect, denomination, politics, organization, or institution, nor wish to engage in any controversy, neither endorses nor opposes any causes. Our primary purpose is to stay sober, help other alcoholics to achieve sobriety. We're going to dispense with the reading of chapter 5 tonight, because we're getting started a little bit late. Tonight we're going to be taking a look at an article that Bill wrote for the Grapevine in 1965, entitled Responsibility is Our Theme, and we find it on page 328. This article was written in 1965, which was the 30th year of AA's existence, and the International Convention was being held in Toronto. The theme of this article is responsibility. Let's go to the second paragraph on page 328. Looking back to the years, we shall be unable to conceive more than a mere fraction of what God has wrought among us. None will be able to imagine the sum of the suffering that was once ours, or the misery borne by those near and dear. who will really understand the inner nature of our transforming spiritual experience, those gifts of God that open to us a new world of being and doing and living. Indeed, our blessings have been quite beyond any human comprehension. At our international gathering, we shall look into new faces. Many from afar will be heard to speak in other tongues. We shall see that the sun never sets upon AA's fellowship, that 350,000 of us have now recovered from our malady, that we have everywhere begun to transcend those formidable barriers of race, creed, and nationality. This assurance that so many of us have been able to meet our responsibilities for sobriety and for growth and effectiveness in the troubled world where we live will surely fill us with the deepest joy and satisfaction. But as a people who have nearly always learned the hard way, we shall certainly not congratulate ourselves. We shall perceive these assets to be God's gifts, which have been in part matched by an increasing willingness on our part to find and to do His will for us. Bill is here talking about a partnership that we form between ourselves and our higher power. And we do this when we take our third step, and when we use the third step prayer, because we're asking God for all of the help to take us into His arms and to take over and care for us. But we're also committing ourselves at the same time to do our part. Then we shall remember, too, how the pains of our illness literally drove us to what, for most of us, was the first responsible act in years, that of joining AA. Alcoholism had literally lashed us to a point of collapse, that we became willing to do whatever was necessary to get well. It was a matter of life or death, and I'm hoping that everyone here can identify with that. Thus propelled, we finally did join the AA fellowship, and there had our first glimpse of a quite new world of understanding and loving concern. Soon we took a look at AA's 12 steps for recovery, but many of us promptly forgot 10 of them, or perhaps not needed. We bought only the concept that we were alcoholics, that attendance at meetings and a helping hand to the newcomers would be sufficient to solve the booze problem and probably all problems. We look with approval on that dear old cliche which says that drinking is but a good man's fault. Once off the grog, life would be as pleasant as eating cherries. By happily warming our hands at the AA fire, all seemed well. And you can see how this article ties in directly with what we were studying tonight in the Big Book. But by degrees, certain dissatisfaction set in. Even with our own group, it was not as wonderful as we had at first supposed. There was perhaps some rock throwing at a scandal or a distressing row over who would become the group's next chair. There were people we simply did not like and others we did admire but failed to give us the attention we thought we deserved. At home we were also shocked. After the pink cloud had departed from the household, things seemed as bad as ever. The old wounds weren't healing at all. Though impressed with our sobriety, the bank nevertheless asked when we were going to pay up. Our boss likewise demanded in firm tones that we get with it. So each of us looked up his sponsor and regaled him with these woes. Our resentments, anxieties, and depressions were definitely caused, we claimed, by our unfortunate circumstances and by the inconsiderate behavior of other people. To our consternation, our sponsor didn't seem impressed either. They had just grinned and said, "Why don't we sit down and take a hard look at AA's 12 steps? Maybe you've been missing a lot. In fact, nearly everything." Thus we began to take our own inventories rather than the other fellows. Getting into the swing of self-examination, we finally began to discover our real responsibilities toward ourselves and toward those around us. Though a tough assignment, it did by degrees get easier. We began to make restitution to those we'd harmed, grudgingly at first, and then more willingly. Little by little, we found that all progress, material or spiritual, consisted of finding out what our responsibilities actually were, and then proceeding to do something about them. These activities began to pay off. We found that we didn't always have to be driven by our own discomforts, as more willingly we picked up the burdens of living and growing. Then, most surprisingly, we discovered that full acceptance and action upon any clear-cut responsibility almost invariably made for true happiness and peace of mind. Moreover, these durable satisfactions were redoubled when we realized that our now better quality of livingness made it possible in meditation to find God's will. At last we discovered that we joyfully wanted to live responsibly. Such has been the course of spiritual unfoldment, nay, our pilgrim's progress, if you like. That's quite eloquent, isn't it? And you see what Bill is describing here is what we have come to call untreated alcoholism. And there are just many, many, many people walking around and living and sharing and going to meetings in these rooms who are sick to death because they're trying to live without alcohol, but they have not done anything to treat their alcoholism. And please notice that what Bill is saying here is that the only treatment we offer is the steps. On the other hand, it is equally so and equally true that when we work the steps, it works. We do recover. We do get better. We no longer are walking around with untreated alcoholism. We do have happiness, joyousness, and freedom. Why in the world would anybody not want that? But so many don't. So many are never properly taught or carefully taught or shepherded through this process. Those of us who have done it know, and those of us who have not yet done it need to know that this is the way we go, this is the way of recovery, and this is the way to have a new life that we've always wanted. I'm going to turn it over to you now, and we're going to share with each other our thoughts about what we just read. And who would like to start?
Well, my name's Tom Alcoholic.
Hey, Tom.
And the thing that caught me was after he wrote on here, page 329, about a third way down, after the pink cloud had departed from the household, things seemed as bad as ever. Well, I thought the pink cloud was made up from a sense that I didn't know Bill used it the first time. And that's what just caught my mind. And that after the pink cloud had left, things seemed as bad as ever. And I see people coming in on that pink cloud in the program, and then reality sets in, and they ain't happy no more. And that's what I can relate to.
Thank you, Tom. The use of the term pink cloud is one of the few serious mistakes that Bill made in his writing. The pink cloud was invented by people who don't like to see other people happy.
Okay.
If you take the pink cloud as being some kind of a false sense of well-being, simply as a result of the absence of alcohol, then perhaps we could use that. But unfortunately, pink cloud is used these days in a disparaging way to say, oh, you're on a pink cloud, wait till you crash.
No.
You ain't seen nothing yet, that kind of stuff. I know one lovely lady here who has things to share about with respect to this particular lady, don't you, Marilyn?
I'm Marilyn, I'm an alcoholic.
I'm Marilyn.
I took my fifth step last night, and And when I was sober before, I had like 14 years of sobriety. I remember taking it twice, and I never got the same result from taking the 5th step before because of the way that I had done it. This time I did it by the big book entirely, and the thing that really amazes me to be so different than what I had done before is when I had done it before, I wrote down the name of the person, and then next to it I would write my resentment and what they did to me, and then right on the other side I would write what I did to them. So it ended up like canceling each other out. I could never really get rid of the resentments that I had to them because, well, I did things to them, and I could never look at my character defects because they did things to me. So I had no recovery from my resentments or my character defects by doing it. It was just talking about myself, which is my favorite topic, but it didn't do me any good. So this time I did it where I just wrote down the resentments I had towards people, and that was really fun because I didn't look at myself at all, and so I was just like, they did this, and they did this, and they did this. Then I got to the end and I asked God to remove all those resentments because resentments are a killer. They're going to lead us to drink, so I had to ask God to remove them no matter what they did. Then since they were removed, then I could look at just what I did. And then I saw the real character defects that I had and the real roots of those character defects, and asked God to remove those through the 6th and 7th step, taking it immediately after the 5th step. Last time, well, an hour later, as the big book says. And so I woke up this morning thinking I was going to feel good because, you know, you take a drink to feel good, so you take the steps, you should feel good. I woke up feeling kind of miserable, and I was kind of distraught by the whole thing. And I went to a meeting, and I shared about the relief that the way that I did it had, what happened to me. And this lady in the meeting, she had like 15, 20 years of sobriety. Afterwards, she came to me and she said, I see that you had relief from this, and would you please help me to do the 4th step properly? And then I got the joy I was looking for because somebody actually asked me for help. Because one of the things I learned in my 5th step yesterday was I'm always trying to fix everybody, to fix them if they ask for my help. And this was really disturbing to me, and that's what I woke up upset about. Like, hey, man, I can't fix everybody. And it was just like still fighting with that because I'd like to tell people what to do, and I guess I was trying not to let go of this. And then somebody actually asked me for help, so I was like, oh, good God, you're still going to let me tell people what to do. So anyway, so then I was happy. But they have to ask, though, so if anybody wants help.
Just give her permission, she'll tell you exactly what's wrong with you.
No,
So,
but seriously, it was very powerful doing the steps the proper way.
Would you like to share with us what happens to those with 14 years sobriety who end up walking around with untreated alcoholism?
They figure out a good excuse to drink.
Ah.
Yeah, well, you drink. The pain gets too great. You can't stand the pain of having those resentments. You can't stand the pain of having your character defects. The pain gets too great, and so then when something happens, it's like, I use that for an excuse. And alcohol works too. It's covered. It immediately wants you to drink more and more and more. It took me 4.5 years to get back. So I don't want that done again. That's why I'm doing the steps right this time.
Good, thank you very much.
Thank you.
What color was that chip?
All white.
All white, yeah. Yes.
Hi, Maryland's a hard act to follow. My favorite subject is art, and I'm an alcoholic.
Hey, I know.
Jim, you said something in the other room, and I know you'll correct me if I'm wrong, so I won't ask you to. But about there not being any teachers in AA, and it's a shame. I sort of feel that very much because based on my own experience, not my wisdom. I have very little wisdom, believe me. But I've been around the rooms a number of times, and since I've been, I feel like I'm coming back, although I've never picked up a drink. And these meetings, especially getting into these now, when we're talking about the steps, are extremely meaningful to me. Well, I didn't pick up a drink. I went out and done all the crazy shit that one does when they are drinking. I'm talking about all of it, right? And, you know, that's too bad. It really is. When you talk about teaching, you're talking about 4 steps. When I came to the program, I had 2 different sponsors. And each one of them had different guides. And they you do the 4 steps this way, you do that way. The other guy says you take a pad and you just start writing, et cetera, et cetera. There were no teachers. We do have a teacher in this room, thank God. I'm very grateful for that. And I didn't really do it right. I didn't do it very well at all. And I've been stumbling and mumbling through this fucking program for 30 years. Paying lip service. But I feel good today. I feel I'm honestly really beginning to feel a part of the program after all this time. Why am I back and why am I saying this? Because I screwed up my life just as badly as I would have done if I hadn't drinking. So if anyone here can hear this message, this program works. God is a loving God. If we do work these steps, we will get all of those promises. And we talked about a pink cloud, and I'm glad you defined that the way you did. Because we scare a person. They're coming in, and you know, they may have it. They may have a little spiritual awakening. This one says, you just wait. You know, you just wait. You know, it all catches up with you. I really enjoyed this last, I think about almost 2 months now that I've been coming to meetings regularly, 6 and 7 a week. And I like them even more each one I come to. Because I'm learning, you know, I feel like a vessel. It's just all coming in now. I feel very, very good about it. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Art. But, you know, you're a wonderful example of a guy who's been given an absolute ton of grace. And so now you get a chance to give it back. And that's going to be even a greater adventure.
It's exciting.
You bet it is. We have a hand back here? Yes, sir.
My name is Patrick, I'm an alcoholic. I sound a lot like me when I first came in, and it's what reminded me. There's an old Chinese proverb, the student is ready, the teacher will appear. I'm living proof of that. See, I wandered around in this program. The service kept me sober. 12 steps kept me sober until I was ready to actually work the 4-step like it is in the big way. And unlike where I've had sponsors that did that, you just start writing, or you follow this guy. This guy, when I found the sponsor that I needed, and it's kind of funny because see, all the girls after the meeting would go and talk to this guy. So I didn't know what the hell this guy had that I didn't, so I asked him. I didn't like the answer that I got. He says, I live the program and you don't have a fucking clue. 5.5 years in this program, he said. You know. So I asked him to be my sponsor. He sat down and showed me exactly how the big book, as it was, I wrote down a list of the people that I was pissed off at and had resentments, went down and wrote down what I was mad at. But the next column was, what did it affect? How did it make me feel? He said, well, what is the root cause of that? Well, fear, insecurities. I'm talking about 4-step, all I could see was fear and insecurities. I did write down what I had to do. You know, what was my part in all this. And I could see a lot of it was instigated. You know? So don't be surprised. When you're ready, the teacher will show up. I just hope it isn't as bad as it was, because I tell you what, we're talking about ego deflation. That answer really hit me hard. Since then, the steps have become working in my life very easy. I still screw up. I don't drink. Still have life problems. I don't drink. I go to meetings. When my blood falls off, I pick it up, put it in a paper bag, go to a meeting and say, hey, this is what happened.
this is what I feel like. And I sit back and I listen, and somebody, somewhere, has gone through the same thing that I went through, and even shares with them. Now, one day at a time, that's got me to where I've gotten 17 years this month. But that was one day at a time, and I learned out why service was important. They kept me sober until I could pull my head up my backside long enough to read the steps and work. Service helped me to save my ass. False calls, going out with people who knew what they were doing. When I did, save my ass. You know, I listen to the old timers because they've done something right to get that long in sobriety. You know, and I'm hopefully will one day live long enough to be this old timer. You know, I'm told these days now that I have to do is stay sober and don't die. Thank you. That's my experience. Have a nice day.
Thanks very much. Well, part of being an old timer is living long enough. The other thing is, my sponsors, after I'd been sober 17 days, took me aside and said, Jim, you're not going to make it. I said, why? Your ego's too big. No way that ego's ever going to get crushed. And I said, well, then what are you guys doing fooling with me? And he said, we need to practice. Which was a serious blow to my ego, believe me. Who's next? We have a hand in the back, Doctor.
Yes.
My name is Mark, and I'm an alcoholic and a benzo user.
Hi, Mark.
No, Mark.
Hi. This is my first meeting. I got out of detox at 2 o'clock today. And on Monday at 1 o'clock, I'm going into a 28-day residential. And I felt that I made a promise to, detox center that if they let me go home for the weekend, because I hadn't seen my kids, that I would go to the meetings. I went on the internet and found this was a meeting, and I just wanted to get my foot in the door. I'm scared shitless. I've been on anti-anxiety drugs by choice for 25 years. Decided that my kids were now 12 and 15, and I want to remember what they did the day before. That's what, Advan and dying and all that do, you just don't remember. And I really don't have any more to share. I just wanted to get myself enough nerve to, raise my hand, walk in this meeting. Thank you.
Well, that's great, Mark. We're so happy you're here.
Yeah.
In some meetings they would say, Mark, you're the most important person in this meeting. I never say that. I'm the most important.
Well, when I go home, I'll feel more important.
Okay.
Because I came here. I got lost because I had bad directions.
Well, we're glad you're here, and you might want to stick around after the meeting. There might be a couple people gang up on you, take you down and beat the hell out of you and tell you what you have to do.
I can do that as well.
We get a little violent around here, but don't worry about it. So, Larry, what's up with you, son? You've got a long-term sobriety. Tell us about it.
Oh, God, it's painful. I just reiterated what Dave said, too. I came very close to drinking at 13 years sober. My mind treated alcoholism. I went to meetings every time I quit. I was on a geographic for a long time. Never could sit still where someone could really